Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold? Or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.
I really love the work that Mike did with that video. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to day 40 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. It is Eberron, Oracle of War. We are in the midst of Season 3, called the Dogs of War storyline, and this is Part 4 of Lord Bucket, which is Part 9 of the overall arc of the Oracle of War. And after this one is done, we have one more adventure, which will wrap up the entire first half of the campaign. It is super exciting. I can't wait to get into it, and I'm going to get into it immediately with some more discussion now. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube and subscribe to me over there if you want to see more about this and the 4 other D&D campaigns, or I should say D&D adjacent campaigns that we run every month on this channel and the sister channel, GOGcom's Twitch channel. Please make sure to check out our Discord and join us over there, !ArvCord for that. Twitter is !ArvTweets for as long as that platform exists before it implodes completely. And in the meantime, you can also follow me over on Blue Sky, if you have an account there, ! Arvsky, where I also am posting and really enjoying the experience over on Blue Sky as well so far. On the financial, and I should also mention that arvanelleron.com is the website for all of this, where you can also find our new Shire Adventures podcast. So you definitely want to join us over there for that. In addition to the Curse of Strahd, which was the campaign before this one with Infinity and Beyond, which is it's probably got about another 8 to 9 months of the audio to go before that wraps up. But we are closing, that is moving into the home stretch on the audio side over there. On the financial front, ! Arv Shop is our merchandise area, which has been refreshed, and there is more refreshing yet to do. I am very excited about that because we have already refreshed the Arvan Elleron material. We have also refreshed this campaign. We've already got Eberron, Oracle of War, Kings of Citadel, with the best bad idea we've ever had, quote. So you can get that swag and support the channel at the same time. And we are going to be putting up new stuff for Shire Adventures as soon as Tari Toons gets her PC back as the artist for that. And we're then going to be doing Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, hopefully by the end of the summer as well. So we've got a lot of refresh stuff up there for the shop that gives you cool swag and supports the channel, as does supporting the Patreon, ! Arvtreon, where you can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. And you can get inspirations to help our players. And don't forget, we do have inspirations to help our players in their campaigns this month. And that helps both with the Patreon and if you sub and resub to the channel, because that also gives you those custom sub badges and also emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. And if you support at a high enough tier, inspirations to help the players as well. On the publishing front, ! Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is my graphic novel, award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Greyshade, which will get you over to where you can buy my award-winning Greyshade novel from Athos Arts. You can also pre-order the sequel to Greyshade, known as Renegade. There is the cover right there. Renegade is going to be releasing on Tuesday, everybody. So we are only 3 days away from the official release of Renegade. And then I have a Renegade event, a reading and a signing and a brief Q&A in Southern Connecticut at Black Rock Books. And I have posted that on my Twitter and on my Blue Sky. And I will, hopefully, I did a News 12 interview this morning, which should be going up this evening. So as soon as I get a link to that, I will definitely show that video, and hopefully people can spread that on social media as well. It was a lot of fun. I'm appreciative to News 12, and it's the second time they've covered an event that I was involved in the last 2 months. So I'm very glad about that, and hopefully we will get a big turnout at that event where we can see the sequel for Renegade, featuring your favorite assassin and hopefully your favorite companion panther, which he actually meets in this book. You can also pre-order Heretic, which is coming out next year and which I am working at as we speak. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game from one Brandon O'Brien and Alligator Alley Entertainment. Very excited about that game. And you can also buy, because it's available now, the audiobook from Trent Sparks, who is going to be prominently featured today along with Brandon O'Brien, as previously mentioned. So you'll be able to check all of that stuff out, both pre-order and ordering at that ! Greyshade link. Finally, Finally, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, please to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so in the future as well. Quick note about scheduling. We have got Eberron tonight. Tomorrow night we are going to have a speculate event as well, which is, I believe, Fight the Spirit. I have to go find the actual link, but it's going to feature the Strange Friends. That'll be happening tomorrow night. We'll then be off Monday. Tuesday will be the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which will be Night Shift, which is like a full motion video heist basically game. Very cool. Excited to try that. And then I'll be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel at 4:15 p.m. Eastern. So that's at noon Eastern. Then I'm going to be over at GOG.com's Twitch channel at 4:15 p.m. Eastern for some D&D with GOG and more Ghosts of Saltmarsh, which will be a good time. Then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, back Friday, and then Saturday with Expedition. Oh, sorry, actually, no, Saturday is not Expedition. I think Friday might be Expedition. I have to take a look at my notes again and remember which is which. But on Saturday, we will have this live event, which will be live streamed, this release event for Renegade. So that's the deal going on with with that. Now, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly to whoever that I might have interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to come over to reveal...
Yes, but if the
crew
Argonauts does crash it,
So we take the Argonauts and crash it into the behemoth, and then everything blows up, and the town's destroyed, and we go home.
Yeah, you nuke it from orbit. That's the only way to make sure.
Sorry, Arv, you weren't supposed to hear that. I was plotting outside of the
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. It's just a different kind of King Citadel than I expected.
Well, you know,
but it is good.
Turn
to
on
see
a dime,
this.
baby. Turn on a dime.
Yeah.
Remember, I keep having to have conversations with these people.
You know, I know the plotting has been fast and furious, and at the end of this chat,
that's a different movie.
Cute. I decided in terms of prep that I was just like, you know what, I'm going to just go character by character to make sure I know what they're doing in final preparation for what's going to lead up to this assault, which we will talk about during the recap. But first, I'm going to go to the bottom left of the ziggurat and talk to our good friend Trent Sparks, aforementioned narrator of the incredible book Greyshade, and I mean his incredible narration. You can all decide if it's an incredible book, but certainly the narration was incredible, and all that kind of good stuff. Trent, how are you doing today? How's life in the universe? And who are you playing today?
I'm doing okay. Last night I was over on the Discord for Delver's Guide to Beast World, which is another D&D 5e compatible thing, which was on Kickstarter. It's gorgeous stuff. And Soren K. Fox, who's in chat, was drawing some stuff with a really neat Anubian jackal.
Oh, sweet.
Named Chiron. I was watching him draw. It was really awesome. And
that's really cool. Well, welcome, Soren K. Fox. That's awesome.
Yeah. As for me, yeah, everything is kind of okay-ish. I was doing so well. You know, John had sent me the Hour of the Wolf to go through and do an audio proof of a proof listen of the thing, because you got proof reads and proof listens, I guess.
Yep.
And I had this document that I was writing, you know, there's errors here and at this time code and blah, 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 on this page. And at some point, somehow, whatever, the document vanished.
Oh no.
And I was just about to start chapter 11, and so I had to go back to the beginning and start over again and start writing the thing all over again. And I was like
backing up every 5 seconds, like no, save. Save.
And I had just finished doing like weeks of the Techlit anthology for, you know, Inner Space and Outer Thoughts. And people ask me, you know, when you're doing voiceover and narrating, you know, how do you get used to listening to your own voice all the time? And I'm like, you get used to it. There is a limit to that. Okay. So as soon as I get done with that, he's like, here, I need you to proof this. I'm like, oh my God, no.
You just have to get a voice modulator. You could be like, hello. It just sounds like that for you, you know?
Something. But yeah, lots of fun. But I am playing a guy, for Soren's sake, I will give a more detailed description of Mutanten Tagashatakana, who is, he's basically like Santa Claus in leather. Not like leather, but like he just.
Are you sure?
I was gonna say, are we certain of that?
Let me double check real quick. Oh, okay, yes, I'm sure. Yeah, but he has had, we're not sure at this point, a Meccano good boy, steel defender named Spanner, who is kind of MIA right now. Tanton is convinced that, you know, it's the tunnel that he thinks it is, this rainbow sheen that engulfed him and the other guy. Tanton believes it's sort of it's a bastardization of a teleportation thing, so that much like if you teleport somewhere and you're not really familiar with it, you know, you can kind of get thrown off target, and when you land, you get, you know, shunted somewhere else and lots of force damage and lots and lots. So that's what he thinks the rainbow sheen and everything is. He thinks it is somebody trying to manipulate teleportation spells or relocation spells to make a tunnel to shorten the distance between where the Lord of Blades is to Salvation, so that they can cross the distance faster. That has nothing to do with who Mutanten is, but that's who I'm playing. fixed.
Someone who would think about those theories, by the way.
Yeah,
My favorite part of the I don't know where I'm going to teleport, and I've cited it on this channel before, is in X-Men 2 where Nightcrawler has to jump from one to the other. And maybe it's just because I think Alan Cummings is an incredible actor in this role, but like his anguish at being like, but I don't know where I'm going is just like so powerful for some reason. That always stuck with me. So anyway, that always
just
reminds me a
talking
little bit
about
of
him
Stuff
yesterday. from
Oh
that
yeah,
exact role.
so good. Anyway, I saw him once in Three Penny Opera in New York City. It was really interesting. Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything, but thank you, Trent. Always a pleasure to have Trent here. Also a pleasure to have, of course, Marie Bilodeau here. Marie, it's lovely to see you. Seriously, I hope all is okay. How's things going with you? And who are you playing today?
Things are good currently. So for those of you who don't follow me on Twitter, which I did announce it yesterday, my mother's been diagnosed with late stage dementia. It was quick. And it is a lot of traveling back and forth to the hospital. The hospital she's in right now is an hour and a half away from my house. So typically I will swing by, pick up my brother, and then go see her. Now, the thing about when you're always on the go is you need a lot of treats. And you need a lot of like good sugary things to keep you moving ahead, right?
Uh-oh.
So like
I see where this is going.
I want you to see what my life is like right now and all its difficulty. So Carrie made these little bars. I don't even know how to describe them, but like imagine the best like sugary, sweet, and yet filling bar you've ever had in your life. Are you all
Lemba.
imagining it?
So you're saying this is Lembas, the most delicious Lembas of all time. This is what
It's
you're saying.
better.
Okay.
It's better. Whatever you've tasted, it's better than that. Okay.
Okay.
So, and plus there have been cupcakes.
Wow.
And now, because we are currently in a time of glut of garden stuff, she is currently making pesto and zucchini relish.
Ooh.
So
Wow.
I wanted you all to be aware of that.
No,
like
thanks.
that,
Thanks. I
you know.
appreciate
You
that.
wanted to torture us
I
with it.
appreciate that.
Your pain makes me feel better. So yes.
Look, you have no power here,
Wow.
Gandalf the Grey. Earlier today, I went to a crawfish festival except that the crawfish, I swear to God, this is true, missed their FedEx flight. So it ended up being a lobster fest. But never mind, because still we had food. This is 100% true. I'm like, wait, they missed their flight? And they're like, yeah, the crawfish missed the FedEx flight. It's apparently a very funny story. Anyway, I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with what you said. Except that
A
you
lot of
will
that,
not
Negan.
affect me with your awesome food stories, is what I'm saying, Marie.
I just have to tell you this one little food story though. Like it's been a very tiring. She's been in hospital for 2.5 weeks now, and we go most days.
Yeah.
So I was staying with my brother last week and we had a movie night. It was very exciting. And then in the morning I decided, hey, I'm gonna bring up the loaf of bread my mother had because she had an apartment. Jen's like seen, yeah. And then I brought it up upstairs. I had breakfast, fine, and then I'm making a little sandwich. I bring my sandwich over, and mom's always stolen food like all the time, like, and she's worse now, like, as you know, and she doesn't have worse, but we go eat with her because it makes her eat. So we're eating with her, and she like reaches over with like her gnarled finger and is pointing at my sandwich, and I'm like, no, and I'm like, she's trying to steal it because it's my mother, I know what she's like. So I'm like, no, and I take a big bite. My mother had been trying to warn me that it was very moldy on the other side of my sandwich.
Wow, you have to be. I love this blue cheese that I'm having now. What do you
Blue
do?
cheese
Tell
bread.
me. Did you spit it out, or you just try to like maintain your dignity? You're like, I planned this. What did you do?
Well, I would not to maintaining my dignity was a top of mind here because I was looking at it and I can see the like
Oh,
black coming through, and I'm like, am I wearing black lipstick? And I was like, it's been a long couple of
Ew.
weeks, my friend.
Oh,
It's like,
Marie.
and meanwhile, my brother is killing himself, like laughing to death. Which is, he was in a hospital, so he's fine. But he's just dying of laughter because there we go, Murray's eating something rotten again. But anyway, so I was fine. I was good.
Given my
I just-
allergy to penicillin, that probably would have killed me.
Oh, jeez.
I'm allergic to mold.
Ah.
And I have to tell you, there were
Well, maybe it's because
reactions.
you keep ingesting it.
Right, yeah.
I was gonna say maybe it's better now. Like, it's like. Did you decide to have more mold after you had your third concussion, Marie? I want to make sure I'm clear.
I'm about to say, was you
about
wearing the
that.
helmet? Yeah.
I think
exactly.
it helps to break down the brain damage I hear.
This
the
is
mold
not how this works.
rebuilds
No,
it.
no, this is
No,
not
no.
how this works.
It
or it's
rebuilds
getting
it.
into you and it's reprogramming you to
say.
go to the roof.
You know what's a great idea is if you run on that ice without, in socks. You should do that.
Guys, I can fly. Watch.
Oh, jeez.
And
Yeah,
you
build up
wanted to
that
know-
tolerance. Chat, you are not helping Light and Passion. Don't tell her to build up that tolerance.
Yes, thank you. You get me. Woohoo.
Oh gosh.
I feel like iocane powder too. I just want to make sure I have it all correct.
What you do not smell is exactly.
Mhm.
Aside from that, I am playing Mirimi Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar, so psychic. I am a sword-wielding, fun-loving bard who is traveling right now with her friends and her sister, Nisiana, played by Jen. And I'm really excited to not die today. Like, I really feel, Greg. Like,
Yes.
I want you to know. I
Yes.
want you to know, Greg. And this is not like emotional manipulation.
Sure.
Like,
Tell
it's
me more.
not.
No, I'm
I
ready
feel like
for it.
your heart and my heart are like. I took today off from going to the hospital because mental health break, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a full day of fun, and that's what it's been all day. It's just been fun after fun after fun, and it's ending today with the fun that will be winning this battle. And I can't thank you enough for giving me that moment of sheer delight in my life right now, which I really need.
Yeah.
you.
No, for sure. And I think there,
Thank you.
there's nothing like overcoming challenge to really be able to bring that home, to really, because I won't insult your intelligence or waste your time, but being like, I just gave it to you too easily. You already have your lembus bread that tastes like the greatest tart of all time. So
You
I
didn't
feel
get
like,
rid of
that's oh
I,
man.
I feel good. So thank you all, especially Greg.
Especially me. It is really a pleasure to have you, Marie. And Soren, I am sorry to hear that too. We most of us have had some exposure or connection to that at some point through someone, and there have been advances, but still, it's an awful thing. So, but there is
My dad's
always-
starting to teeter, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so sorry.
It is definitely difficult, and the only thing I can say is that I appreciate Marie's willingness and openness to talk about it, and everyone's willingness to kind of be open and clear about how it feels, because that's something which is really important, not just for the individual situations, but for what we together as a community of people believe. And so let us build a world together in which we sort of honor what these relationships are to us. Thank you, Marie. Moving right down to the bottom of the ziggurat, but not the bottom of our hearts. It is Brandon O'Brien, world-class poet, world-class game designer, soon-to-be world-class panelist at Gen Con Writer Symposium. To be clear, everything you get from Brandon will be world-class. So if you go to a symposium event and it's not world-class, you need to notify us, because Brandon has promised that everything will be world-class. So how, my world-class friend, is everything with you, and who are you playing today?
You say all of that. Last night I had a dream that I went to an unnamed convention. It wasn't Gen Con. I arrive at the location. Things are good for the first day. I meet a couple of cool friends there, and we're like, yeah, let's hang out.
Okay.
And we're like going to see local sites and having fun and eating food. And then I realize 3 days into this dream that I have not attended any of the panels that I am supposed to be on. And I wake up in a panic going, oh my God, what did I do? Oh wait, the con in my dream doesn't even exist. So thanks for
DreamCon
that.
sucks, y'all. DreamCon sucks. Let's be clear.
Oh my God. So thank you
Wow.
for that. Also, I would just like to say to everyone, happy belated Barbenheimer Day.
Yes.
Right.
I hope that if anyone has seen any of those movies, you enjoy The Thing.
My daughter did, and said Barbie was surprisingly good, that it was better than she thought it was going to be. Quotes.
Yeah, I'm hearing radical things about Barbie.
Yeah.
I think I might see it. But interestingly enough, I bring this up because the 21st was also a very interesting time for another release that happened, not in cinemas, but on streaming. Yesterday, Amazon Prime Video released Shin Kamen Rider, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah.
It's the second opportunity in the United States to be able to see it. It's been out in Japan for like it released in Japan maybe a year and a half now. I am very excited to see it. So I signed up for the free trial of Amazon Prime Video to be able to check it out, only to be immediately met by the same message that I'm constantly met by on every other streaming service whenever I'm interested in a thing. This title is not available in your location.
Oh, God damn it. We got to get
Which
you,
is
dude,
annoying.
We have to get you okay. I'm not going to talk about this in stream, but let's just say there are VPNs that exist.
I already have a solution to the problem.
You do?
It's
okay,
just
good,
annoying
good.
It's just annoying that it's a thing that I need to deal with. But
No,
I also
get it.
mentioned this to let everybody know that if you haven't seen Shin Kamen Rider, please watch it. It's actually really rad. I want more people to be able to experience how cool Kamen Rider is as a franchise, so it can be more available outside of Japan. So if you have Amazon Prime Video, or if you don't, please watch the thing. I am playing Rowan Shallow, the wild card of this group, who is ruining the fact that I keep getting seriously injured every time we get in a fight, and is about to get in another fight. So that's gonna be fun. We'll see how that goes.
It is going to be a good time, and I cannot wait to see. It's going to begin with Rowan getting some rest, or will it? We'll talk about that later on today. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Also, always a pleasure to have Jennifer Brozek with us, who is ready to go and is not in any way concerned about what may or may not happen. I just want you, chat, for those of you who have seen the spectacular movie The Fifth Element, to remember that there is a moment in that movie where the main character has reached something that she just can't take anymore and reacts in a given way. And I just want you to put that out there as a sports show that I have watched in the past says, put on the board the possibility that something of that nature could occur with Nisiana. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll never have to actually, go to DEFCON 1 in that scenario. But hey, I'm just letting you know it could happen. Jen, do you have any thoughts about this possibility? And how are you and who are you playing today?
Yes, don't allow me to choose joy. You do not want to make Nisiana not choose joy.
Mm-hmm.
How am I doing? This morning I was a protagonist showing just how terrible she is at managing her own life. Just like death by 1,000 cuts. Like,
no.
For example, I busted open my knuckle punching my nightstand while making my bed, changing the sheets. Like
out of anger that you had to do it?
No.
Pitted sheets are
We've all
horrible.
been there.
Just completely on accident, like actually broke the skin and everything. I'm bleeding. Like I had to go like wash it off and put a Band-Aid on. I haven't taken it off to see just how horrific the bruising will be. But it was like that. And because I had to take a SIBO test this morning, which involves 9 bags that you have to breathe into every 15 minutes after taking this horrific little liquid. I didn't take my stomach meds this morning because then I forgot because it was 2.5 hours later.
Oh no.
And so right now my stomach really hurts. And, that's it's all happening right now. So by tomorrow I should be okay. But that freaking busted open my hand making my bed.
Well, listen, healing begins tonight. I think it's fair to say you play a healer. Healing will begin tonight. And in solidarity, I will not tell you about the time that in a subway I stood up too fast, banged my head against the metal bar, and elected in the way of in the ultimate example of toxic masculinity, which I hope I don't generally exhibit, decided the way to address that was to punch same metal bar, which meant that I then had my hand in pain for the next week and a half. This was embarrassing, to be clear, and I felt like a jackass because I was at that very moment. However, that subway will never harm anyone again. Having said that, Jen, who are you playing today in this situation?
I just have one question. Were you under the age of 25?
Just. Yeah,
well,
just under the age.
You actually have a little bit of solace in the fact that men under the age of 25, their reactions go faster than their thoughts.
That's fair enough. My berating of myself from that point forward went faster than my willingness to be gentle with myself. I don't know if that helped at all, but anyway.
Well,
solidarity.
So I'm playing Nisiana Di Gerasco. She is a halfling healer from the House of Healing. She would like to choose joy in all things.
Mm-hmm.
That is what she would like to do. Instead, she is now with this lot.
We have so much
That-
fun.
I could have chosen
accurate,
Joy.
yeah.
Instead, I chose the King.
Then I'm here
Citadel,
with
and-
you people.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've already had to have a talk with one of you because we are not those people who intimate what they intimated. And I haven't had a talk with the other person yet because there frankly hasn't been time.
Mm.
And my sister
True.
hasn't died yet. Well, she was down once, but I
I'm
brought her
totally
back.
fine. I got this.
But I am choosing compassion, I am choosing joy, and we will be doing the good fight. And hopefully I will not go nuclear. Hopefully.
I hope not.
Because I do not want to become the big bad.
I will
Wait,
not
she
go
keeps-
nuclear into that.
To that good night.
night.
Yeah, the whole
Keep saying
campaign,
that. Now I'm on Marie's side, and now I kind of want to see it. So.
the whole
Right?
campaign shifts,
Not
and suddenly
helping.
it's the halfling of blades, and you're like, wait,
You
what?
will
Like, that-
be a healer who suddenly is like, okay, I'm going to use all my medical knowledge possible
Yeah.
and become a dark cleric.
yeah, I mean,
maybe we-
listen, it would be fascinating. It would be very difficult to run, but it would be a fascinating experience. If anyone has
I
ever
don't want to
read,
play that.
yeah, no, I can't imagine. If anyone's ever
I
read,
want to play Joy, and we're going to fight this. And what is that? The Warriors?
It is in this. It is in this book that one of the
Oh.
clerics goes to a merchant that's trying to cheat them, and she says, "Are you familiar with healing spells? Have you ever seen one work in reverse?" And
I see. The darkest cleric.
It's true.
There's a children's series that my son is really into called The Bad Guys. They made it into a movie as well, and I'm here to tell you that is the most complicated story. Like, you get to 16, 17, you're like, what the hell is going on? And my son's like, well, there are the others, and they do this and they do that. I'm like, what? So twisty, turny plots would not be out of order, even in a.
One of my favorite fantasy novels of all time is called Villains by Necessity by Eve Frost,
Okay.
as in Robert E. Frost's daughter.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's about the last 5 evil people brought together by the last neutral druid in the world to defeat the forces of good before they accidentally destroy the world. And it is a beautiful fantasy
That
novel.
sounds good.
Wow.
But it's like from the 80s. It's an old one.
Sounds like an actually
maybe
good Suicide Squad.
But I will also be at Gen Con. One of my workshops, project management for creatives, is sold out, but everything but the writing is not sold out. So, and I will be doing at least three signings that I can remember off the top of my head, and several interviews. So if you're going to be at Gen Con, come say hello, and
Good.
definitely stop by the Writer Symposium.
Definitely do that. And I think that's true. This may be the last time that we meet before that symposium. I will be there as well, as will Brandon, as will John. So you and Jen has just mentioned. So yes, you should definitely join us for that. Check out the D&D event also, in which Brandon will be participating, and also numerous panels and things like that and workshops that we're doing too. Always a pleasure, Jen. I'm very excited to see how Nisiana does today. Last but certainly not least, the aforementioned John Helfers is with us. John, it's good to see you. How is life in the universe as you're ready to go roll out in the gold-plated, custom charter jet from Catalyst now that you have all that sweet Kickstarter money? How's Trix now that you're living the good life? And who are you
what
flying
is it?
today?
So I fly at Delta because it's the only airline I trust.
Okay.
And they have, cattle class. I mean regular. And then what is it? I think it's priority plus or something where your seat is slightly larger. I don't even get that per
Ooh.
se. So I'm a long way from first class, and I'm definitely not private jet material. But I have to tell you, I've been doing my own little dungeon quest, my own little dungeon delve, because I'm trying to prep our basement to get redone. And boy, that's been an adventure and a half. I mean, it's good because I'm fixing problems that we've been living with for like 20 years because we're idiots. And but yeah, it's been an adventure. So yeah, just like I keep waiting to find the treasure in my house, and I have not found anything but dust and old insulation and cobwebs and more dead insects. I'm like, this is not what was promised to me. Not at all. So, but we're getting shit done, and it's good because, like I said, taking care of stuff that's been a problem with the house for a long time. So that's what I've been up to. But yes, Gen Con. Oh my God, as someone said here while Arv was setting up, it's less than 10 days away, maybe for some of us even earlier. So yes, I will be at Gen Con, typically at the Catalyst booth. overseeing signings, doing some interviews with Red Alternus, and it should be a good time. So anyone who's going to be there, stop on by and say hello. We'd love to see you. Otherwise, we should probably get on to the
Indeed, yes.
Massacre. I mean the battle. I mean the slaughter. I mean the
success.
Yes.
The joyful success.
The victory. The victory. Yes. I am playing Eberron, a Starforged, Warforged Aegis. And let's get to it.
All right. I love to hear it. And let's get ready with the King's Citadel and with Infinity and Beyond. I'm going to fire up some music and we're going to talk about what happened in our last session. I'll try to do this recap quickly. The King's Citadel, as you folks know, do the tasks that others cannot get done, and there is far too much to summarize. Since the beginning of this campaign, you will have to go to my YouTube channel and find D&D Eberron Oracle of War, and you will have all the stuff there available. I should ask someone at some point to do just like the big summary, the summary recap over a few pages. That would be pretty cool if we could do that somehow. But in the last session, though, the party has been attempting to hold off the imminent assault from the Lord of Blades, who is the enigmatic leader of the Warforged in the Grey, which has great hatred for the so-called civilized nations, such as Breland, for which the King's Citadel works. So they have prepared this, but they have not done it, sadly, without being hindered by others. And in particular, General Tyresh, more popularly known from his men as Lord Bucket, because of a particular inclination towards dysentery. So anyone who's played some Oregon Trail, a little bit of a leaning, kind of a tendency towards. And so he also happens to be an insufferable fop and completely incompetent. And so he has interfered on multiple occasions and has pissed most of the members of the King's Citadel off, although not all, because once it was discovered that there was some dysentery involved, there was an attempt on the part of Nisiana, choosing joy and compassion, to see a way that she could arrange a meeting with Lord Bucket, with General Tyresh, to see if she can talk to him about the possibility of healing it. We will see what happens with that today. In the meantime, Rowan Shallow was sent to meet with Zodor Tarev. No big deal, just a hugely important salvage broker, which many of the people of Salvation do not trust. Although, it should be said that in the past, the King's Citadel has found Zodor Tarev to be more trustworthy than people like Irulin Karnak, the salvage broker with serious ties to the Emerald Claw, who has now disappeared. That means that Zodor Tarev has an uneasy alliance, let us say, with the King's Citadel, and yet still is dangerous. And Rowan Shallow, in particular, finds him dangerous, and has been offered a deal that he just can't refuse, although he has refused it to this point, which is the possibility, or at least has not accepted fully it so far, which is a possibility to improve and enhance the mechanical arm which Rowan Shallow possesses, and a sort of not-so-veiled threat for bad things to happen if he doesn't actually play ball. So Rowan has decided to go back and, of course, talk to the members of the King's Citadel about this possibility, and also to warn them, particularly to warn Eberron, that there may be, he's not sure that this is going to work out well, but he will try to arrange a meeting between Eberron and Zodor Tarev if that is what he wishes. Also, Rowan is super, super tired and exhausted because he needs rest. So that's also happening, and we need to point out that rest needs to happen at some point. While this is going on, Tantin is not only thinking on and off about what may or may not have happened with Spanner. We talked about the teleportation theory, but also has been figuring out how to arrange various traps to prepare the roads and streets of Salvation for the imminent assault. That almost backfired, unless you kind of wish that it hadn't, when General Tyresh stumbled into one of these traps. But sadly, his powerful ceremonial armor turned out to be not just ceremonial and did save him from this trap. Unfortunate in a way from Tantin's point of view, but in any case, it was yet another example of the incompetence that was on display from General Tyresh. Tantin has been having to deal with that situation. Eberron has several people that they need to speak to, including the possibility of speaking to Wist, the sheriff of the town, the new sheriff. Also speaking to Bara, who is the head of Bara's Breakers, about some of the tactical situations here, and the aforementioned discussion with Zodor Tarev. And lastly, we had, of course, Merime Hawksmoor. Oh, and one other note about Nisiana, there's also a legend lore that is being done in the midst of her dreams, too. Merime Hawksmoor, on the other hand, has been in the midst of not only trying to diffuse situations from place to place, but also has been involved in her Kalashtar Heritage of the Dream, and had a doozy, I think it's fair to say, in our last session, where there were dreams about this experience of the Grey. Merime heard what sounded like a plot being planned by some of General Tyresh's men, although it's not clear as to what that plot is or against whom it is deployed, although it could be that it has something to do with being deployed against General Tyresh. Also, Rowan was in the dream listening to this, so that was kind of odd. And then we had the marching of this massive colossus, a colossus which used to be within the bounds of Salvation, and then got up and walked out of Salvation a couple of months ago. And in this dream, that colossus has returned with a bunch of Warforged hanging off various parts of its body. A rather terrifying vision, I would think it's fair to say. And so we have planning from Tantin, we have dreams from Merime, we have doubts, fears, and exhaustion from Rowan, we have desire for joy and a moving towards compassion from Nisiana, and we have a lot of miscellaneous people to talk to for a variety of reasons from Alarion. And with that, I'm going to begin, starting actually with the gentleman in the bottom left. We're going to start with Tantin. I want to ask Tantin about what Tantin is going to be doing during this second day. Then I'm going to come up to Merime. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. I want Merime to start because I want Merime to describe if Merime wants to tell everyone about the dream that she had first. Sorry. So let's start with Merime, then I'll come down to Tantin and work over that way. So Merime, having woken from this dream, what do you do? Also, I want a sneak peek of that, Shadow. So yes, what do you wish to do, Merime?
Who am I with? Like, are the others there with me, or?
The only one who's there at the moment after you wake up is Nisiana, would be in the bed or the room next door. And we may come to Nisiana, actually, now that I think of it, before Tantin as well, because of that dream, but we'll worry about that later. Right now, Merime, it's all you, but yes, Nisiana is there. I would say Rowan is not there yet. Rowan might be coming back soon. Alarion, I don't think, is there yet, and Tantin, I don't know if Tantin is sleeping or if Tantin is kind of burning the midnight oil or not. So I guess tell me that, Tantin. Are you asleep here, or would you in the tavern where you've been staying, or would you be elsewhere?
Like you say, midnight oil. How late are we talking about?
Probably like 1 a.m. or so. Pretty late.
He'd be asleep by now.
Okay. All right. So that's the situation you find. One last note. Sky Blue. This was Nisiana's suggestion. Nisiana, you can talk to Sky Blue as well about the possibility of going forth and dealing with the Colossus situation if you wish to do that. Okay. So now you know what the deal is, Mermaid.
Okay. So I'm going to go and I don't want to wake up my sister, but at the same time, some things need to be spoken sooner rather than later because I don't know when the attack will come. So I'm going to go sneak into her room.
Okay. Stealthily move in.
Okay. But in a way so that she will know it is me if she does wake up. Like, we've been doing this for a while, and so, just like, Nisiana.
What?
Very, very gentle. I had a vision. I tried to contact Kalashtar, and I we don't need to like RP the whole thing if you don't want to. I can just describe it to you as well. It's up to you. But I had a vision, and I think it was big.
Big enough that it should be told to more than just me.
Mm-hmm. But the others aren't here right now. I mean, we could wake up Tren. We could wake up Tantin. Also, Tren, don't sleep. We could wake
somewhere
up
in the Bay Area. Tren's like,
What?
No, Larian doesn't actually sleep.
I don't think they're. I'm gonna kind of ping around because I assume they're close enough that I can sense them.
They might not be. I don't know that Alarion would be. Maybe Rowan on the way back. Probably looking forward to rest and then hearing a, do, 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 do,
Yeah.
Oh no, there's no way actually, because the sheriff's department is actually pretty far away from the tavern, the inn we're staying at.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no. I'm outside your range.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ping Rowan as soon as he's in range. And Rowan, I have something I need to tell you if you can join us in Nisiana's room.
All right. Please don't be more danger.
Oh, bring a snack. And then I mean, Tantan, you should be, if you're in your room, you'll be within 90 feet of me, right? Mm-hmm. So I will whisper in your dreams until you wake up. Tantan.
Don't make it sing-songy. It'll be like mine. It'll just get incorporated into the dream, and I'll be like, "What is that?" Oh, never mind, and I'll just ignore it.
Is it like you're working on Spanner in the dream, and suddenly Spanner's like, "Tantan," you're like, well, like,
Tantan, it's Mary. Wake up.
Right now.
I had a vision, and I think it would be wise to share it with you, just in case.
Yes.
Yes. We're in Nisiana's room.
I can, if we have any idea which direction Eberron went, I can message him to come back.
And so yes, Tantan gets up and.
Perfect. I'm just getting everyone up. This is a great idea before battle.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Well, we're Hilar's. Are we at Hilar's?
I think we're at the inn. Because Hilar doesn't really have a place to put us up.
Exactly. I guess you could theoretically cram in there, but I was assuming you were staying at the tavern.
I basically want to see if I can make an educated guess to point in the direction of where I think Eberron might be.
That depends on what Eberron told you before leaving. I don't know how much Eberron said I'm going.
Do you need a direction for me? I thought you could just send it.
Message says, message. Sending. Says, I need to across it. Oh, never mind. I don't need that. I can get you anywhere.
There you go.
Even if you have died but have not actually passed on, I can apparently message you.
Wow, I can't think of any circumstance where that actually be useful, but okay.
Well, if you want to be resurrected. That's
good point.
Or last words of love.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess you're like Miracle Max. Hey in there.
I will, since I'm going to have to start my 8 hours over again, I will message Eberron and say, Mary May had a vision. Please come back now. Needs to tell us about it. Yeah. Bring coffee.
Well, no, we know we're staying. We're not crashing at his house.
Road rise to meet you.
No, we're at the end.
Yeah, I figured. There's no way. All right.
Sorry for waking you all up. I really do feel it's important.
Actually, I might have been trying to rest myself anyways because I wasn't gonna brace whist at 1 a.m. So, but that's fine. I get the message and head over there. I'm actually probably scouting the town out, looking for ways to, set up kill zones and stuff. So yeah, I will come over. I'll float over there. By the way, we're level 9, not 10.
I know that. You're not.
Okay.
That's correct. If you survive, you will.
Earlier in the discussions, you had said 10 levels, blah 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 blah. So I was just.
Oh no! After this next one, you would rise. To
assuming you survive. Yeah, there's.
If you make it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're all together in the room, right? Yes. Good.
Yes, and let me move you over to. Oh, I think you're already on there, so you can
somehow.
See.
Yeah, we appeared there. It's all good.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Sorry about waking you all up, but I didn't want any of this information to not be passed on, just in case. Who knows how quickly things will happen and what the morning will bring. I reached out to the Corey and asked for dream guidance of the Kalishtar. it's hard to make out, of course, what they say, but a few things really stood out. One of them is, I feel like Sky Blue is in danger of vanishing. Like it's the second time I see blue kind of vanishing into something else. And I think Sky Blue is in danger of vanishing. And the other one, and this is, again, this is a little bit confusing, but Rowan, this one involves you. Some of General Tyrish's men, 4 of them, one of them was tall with blonde hair. The 4 of them are planning something. And I think it has to do with you. And they're angry. And I don't think, I'm not quite sure. Does any of this ring a bell, or?
I walked past a handful of soldiers late last night that seemed to be up to no good, but didn't get a sense of what they were up to. Your guess is as good as mine why it would have anything to do with me, but they didn't seem seemly.
Maybe if you did walk past them, maybe they weren't talking about you when they said he's going to get what's coming to him. Maybe they were talking about the general. Maybe it's a plot against him instead. It's the only other person I could think of. But it seems like the soldiers are not as united as we'd hope, which is something that is important to keep in mind. And the last one, and Rowan, if you did see them, then you might be able to identify them, and we might be able to cut this off at the pass. And the last one, which is the reason I'm waking you all up, is I saw coming through the gray the Colossus, and from the Colossus there were Warforged dangling from it, all of the Lord of Blades armies coming towards that. And it's the same Colossus that walked out of Salvation, coming back to destroy it.
Big Mo.
Big Mo. And that one is the one why I woke you up, because that sounds like something very bad.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
It's
Can
terrifying.
you tell me a little bit more about Sky Blue disappearing? What did you see?
There were 2 things. My mentor showed me that weird moment where we all had dreams after we got knocked out near the fortress. She showed me some blue on a tree that was vanishing. And it didn't come to me until I saw it again. I was walking in my vision last night near a clearing, like a stream, and it was exceedingly blue. I followed it, but the stream started to become brackish and shallow, and then yellowish, like almost sulfurish and sickly green. And it's always that blue that just vanishes into something either non-existent or something bad. And when I touched it, it receded away from it. I mean, it was very unsettling.
Is it possible that Sky Blue's legacy, the tree, has become brackish, or the head of the water?
Maybe.
Rather than Sky Blue itself? Herself?
Maybe. I've just been guessing it's Sky Blue because of the blueness of it all. But
I
yeah.
haven't talked to her about finding the teenagers to go to find the tunnels beneath where Big Mo was. I can not do that, but we probably should have her doing something.
I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, I think that'll keep her busy and out of trouble. It might be something to do with her father.
So if we have her getting some of the teenagers to show her where the tunnels are under the salvage yard.
She's been roaming. Yeah. She's been roaming without purpose, so this might be a good idea.
Okay. Anybody else have thoughts on that?
No, that seems logical. I actually want to touch base on the other 2 things. So if there's nothing else, let's move on to point number 2, the possibility, we don't know, even though we have 2 people who've heard similar things, that there may be a plot against the general. Mara May, did you see these soldiers' faces? Can you transmit them to me via your mind link?
I think the mind link only transmits words, not images.
So I thought it was the other way around. Well, that you could do a little bit of both.
Like a minor illusion sort of thing.
Well,
Yeah,
or that
I
would work
could-
too. I need to get a look at, or Rowan, if you can do it, one of you two can create
Yeah.
what these people looked like.
I have minor illusion, so I can make their image appear.
Okay.
It's a
good.
cantrip
Alright.
too, so it doesn't
And
even...
yeah,
Well, I definitely
And-
want to see that because I want to go see Irash.
I'm not sure
well,
we should distract him with that.
No, I'm going to
Um,
tell Bara this. So, but I agree. Let's not distract the general with that kind of thing right now.
Mhm.
I
don't think
wasn't
that's a
going
good
to
idea.
tell him about it. I was going to see if they were soldiers who were already close to the general.
Well,
And
that's
be-
good. Yeah, true.
And be careful too, because maybe I'll come with you to see the general.
Yeah, I'm going to be going with anyways to see Bara, so I'll be on site regardless.
Okay, just
I
in
mean,
case.
feel free. If you don't let me stop you. I'm saying, but I'm going to be there because I have to see her regardless.
I'm-
Oh.
And yeah, just to keep an eye out on them. And then the Colossus, that's
So,
big. It's very big.
me and
Colossi
Tanton,
tend to be.
me and
And
Tanton,
it's-
you had said that these are controlled by a unit elsewhere. They're not driven by someone inside it, correct?
Oh, the Colossi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just one, hopefully. So let's go with Colossus.
I only saw one.
I do not need more than one coming at the town, please. So, the answer about how they're controlled.
Oh, I just heard if they are controlled. Yes. It operates similar to a almost like a
Marionette? Reach out a big, heavy hand and kind of
Right.
shake him awake. How do you control a Colossus?
It's very much like an arcane telepathy sort of thing. If you could create an anti-magic shell around it, that would cancel it out, but that would be a very large anti-magic shell, and I can't make one of those.
So, is it controlled by a device or is it controlled by a spell?
It would be a device that houses a spell, almost like a scroll, but it would be arcane tech. A device.
So it would give off a magical sort of signature, correct?
If you were close enough, and you could.
How
detect
close? How close would you need to be?
magic. 60 feet?
There's
To
no
de-
way
to
you.
detect it.
Right. That's the whole point. There's no way you can extend that range. There's no way you can.
I couldn't, no.
Well, you're the
There are
artificer.
those
This is your.
Well, there are those who could extend the range of their own spells, but that's not something that I am capable of doing.
I was hoping you could whip up something that would enable us to track with a controller.
Oh, if I had 3 weeks, yes, I could.
You've got one night.
I can't do that.
Maybe
That'll change the laws of physics.
maybe we can spend a bit of time trying to figure out how to deal with the Colossus, like injure its legs or something, put some different traps down that might affect it greater than... I know, I never face a Colossus in battle,
I
but I've
mean,
heard stories.
A large enough pit will damage anything that falls into it, but that pit would have to be gigantic, and we don't have time to dig
No.
one that big. That's the
not even
problem.
close.
Right.
The best option that we could possibly have would be if the lightning rail locomotive was here,
How would that help?
because I could open the primary chamber and channel the elementals into it, into basically a cannon that would fire one enormous lightning explosion at it.
Huh. But we
That
don't have
sounds-
that, so that
We
seems like a. Yeah.
Well, the Argonth has firepower, though, so we could, if we let the general know and Bara know, then they could be prepared to take on the Colossus, even if it's throwing the Argonth directly into it.
Yeah, the Argonth itself is a weapon. I mean, That's okay. Again, we'll tell Bera.
Hmm.
I have a feeling the general will be less than receptive to, oh, I saw it in a dream. No offense.
If he's
You
never
know?
dealt, yeah. But
I
if we
mean-
can tell Bera, Bera knows what we can do,
Right.
and she could at least be ready
Exactly.
or give us options.
Well,
Yeah.
if once I sleep and have a conversation with Eberron and learn more about the Lord of Blades,
Mm-hmm.
possible that I can take some of what Merime has seen and weave it into what I learn about the Lord of Blades. And I would hope that a divine inspiration, even the general, would not look at it with skepticism.
Especially if you are somehow able to heal him.
I'm sure I can heal him. I'm very good at that.
I mean, Nishiana, no offense, because you are very good at that and I am aware of that. However, it seems to me that this is probably something not beyond your ken. Don't take this the wrong way, but something more. Otherwise, why wasn't a simple cure disease, which even I know takes care of most things, have taken care of this already? It seems very odd that the general has this ongoing condition, and I think there's more to it.
I need to have a conversation with him. It could be
Right.
a curse. He could be poisoned on a regular basis, which would be very interesting. And I should prepare that spell. Okay.
Probably a good idea.
But I think that I can come to some sort of agreement with him, or at least get the information to him that he needs. And hopefully by healing him, even if it is temporary, because like it or not, he is in charge of the Argonth. He is in charge of the battlefield right now, even if we are doing most of the work. And he does have loyal followers. And he's got military people following the chain of command. I know I wasn't in the war, but I saw what happened in the trauma wards. So whether we like it or not, we have to see if we can get him to help us help him. And I will do my best to do that. Like it or not.
Agreed. And we talked about, yeah, all right. So in that case, it's probably good that we all need to get some rest.
Yeah, let's get some rest, and then maybe the night will, and Nisiana's spell will give us some clarity in the morning.
Agreed. All right, Arv, I think it's rest time. Unless someone else has something else to do.
I tell Merime to stay in the room.
I was gonna say I'm staying in the room.
I'm just gonna stay here. We're gonna sleep together.
Sounds good.
So the others can. Hey, Polar, what's going on? Good to see you, man. Okay, so Tantin, who probably is fallen asleep even as
he's already snoring.
Yeah, it's just like,
yeah.
So Tantin's also sleeping in the room.
He's just
Nisiana.
sitting there.
Alarian will pick him up and put him back in his bed. It'll be much more comfortable for him.
Tuck him in.
I'll bet he won't even notice. Yeah.
Don't wake him. He's like an angel. So
a little drunken angel. Yes, exactly.
So you put him. So Ilarion does that. Rowan, I imagine. Correct me if I'm wrong. Rowan stumbles gratefully to bed. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say? Okay, and then Ilarion we'll deal with later, but I do want to talk about Merime and Nisiana. This is a good, actually, transition from Merime into Nisiana. If you want to talk to Nisiana, you can, and then Nisiana, we're going to talk about the legend lore thing. And then we'll have you deal with your thing with General Tyr. No, then we'll have Ilarion, and then we'll finish up with you with General Tyresh. Sorry, okay. The order of all of this to make sure it all fits in my own head timeline-wise has been an interesting experience. Okay, so Merime and Nisiana, you are alone in the room at the moment.
We didn't need to actually have a conversation.
Oh, you're just in the room together. Okay, fine.
We just are taking comfort in each other's company, as sisters have done over many a year.
Yes, yes.
Okay. We may die again. This is not the first time we may die tomorrow, so
Fair enough.
We're gonna sleep well tonight.
So in that case, then I will turn to Nisiana. And Nisiana, I want to talk a little bit about the legend lore thing. And I have a question. As you're consulting with Eberron, do you, in your mind, because the way the spell is actually written is that it brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. But do you have an impression of how that manifests for you? In other words, is this something where Eberron is just like, here is the information for which you seek, type of thing, or just that it comes to you as sort of a revelation?
Well, up until I almost died, I would have just said it would have come to me kind of in a vision, but I actually met Eberron this last time. So I imagine, or at least I think I met him. In my mind, I met Eberron. I imagine, if not Eberron, one of his would be the one to bring the information to me. Whatever guys, probably one of the in this case, because it's a legend lore and it's dreamlike and such, it's probably going to be one of the dragons that manifests when I do my healing magic.
Okay. So when you are fully asleep and kind of generating this thing, and for chat, in case you're curious, legend lore is a very powerful spell. It's actually a 5th level divination. So what the spell does is it gives a summary of significant lore, and boy do I have some, so buckle up. What you learn about the Lord of Blades is as follows. Some of this, Nisiana, you knew already through rumor, but some of it is particularly apposite to your situation.
Before you begin, is this something you have already got written down that you can give to me? Or do I need to write notes while you speak?
I would write notes because I'm combining it from several sources. I mean, I could send you a bunch of them, but then it's like, and also I've modified some of this as well as usual.
Thank you.
So here's a couple things to keep. Here are a couple things to keep in mind about the Lord of Blades. Now, to the flesh and blood citizens of Corvair, the Lord of Blades has been a figure of a first, enigmatic terror, like the kind of thing you use to scare children, especially those in Salvation, about if you don't behave, the Lord of Blades will come get you. But the Warforged that work for him, and you've had a chance to see this in person based upon the reaction of those who were piloting the Conclave, for example, believe that his rage is fueled by the injustice heaped upon the Warforged after their creation. It's well known that the Warforged were treated as disposable soldiers, almost slaves during the war, and the post-war arguments over what rights the Warforged should be granted meant that the Warforged themselves were still kind of shut out of the equation, right? It was all just like, what are we going to do with the children, right? It was that kind of level of patronization and so forth. And so the Lord of Blades' call to action has had some appeal to a lot of Warforged that feel as if they have been mistreated by the so-called civilized societies. So you know about this. You also know that there are several elements, and this is where the legend lore begins to kick in. There are several elements of the Lord of Blades where I guess what I would describe it as that you could narrow down the possibilities. The Lord of Blades being in the gray means that legend lore, and this has happened quite a bit to you folks already, is somewhat twisted, kind of manipulated a bit. It doesn't work quite as the way you would expect. What it does is narrow down the options, Nisiana, like what it could be. So some scholars, from what you can tell from what you've learned of the lore, believe that the Lord of Blades was originally a Warforged whose name was Bulwark. He was the Bulwark, 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 as in a wall of protection against, right? Bulwark, the personal bodyguard of King Borinel of Brayland.
Oh.
Now, there is some logic behind this theory because it is the case that the Lord of Blades definitely did not appear in the world until after the Day of Mourning. So after the Cataclysm, after all these events happened, then all of a sudden the Lord of Blades begins to show up. So there are some who have believed that he is a Warforged named Bulwark and that this personal bodyguard of King Boronel's, who was incredibly powerful, as you might expect, and so forth, loyal, was affected in some way by the mourning and by what happened to so many of the Warforged that he saw. Now, if that's the case, that's something which Halar may or may not know about. It's certainly something which is not public knowledge. And it's also possible that this is just something which sounds good but isn't true. But it does sort of timeline-wise kind of fit. So that's one option. The second option that this narrows down to is that he was the last Warforged to emerge from the creation forges at Eston and was completed in the last moments before the morning. I would use the example to jump out of game for just a moment of the creation of the Hulk. Right? He was hit by gamma rays, and what we ended up with, Bruce Banner was, and what we ended up was the Incredible Hulk. This creature as well was a simple Warforged until, infused by the power of the morning, he became something greater and something considerably filled with rage. And so
the forges are within the gray?
Yes, the creation forges at Eston were within the gray. That's right. Now, the most outlandish possibility, the third and final possibility, is that the Lord of Blades, and also I am doing well, thank you, Polar, it's good to see you, man, that the Lord of Blades is not a true Warforged at all. The first Warforged were created by a particular artificer who became furious when the house used his invention to create weapons of war. Based on that knowledge, there are some believe who this artificer transferred his consciousness into a Warforged body so that he could personally seek vengeance for the wrongs done to his children. The name of that artificer, Aren Decaneth.
How do you say Aren?
Aaren.
Aren.
Quick note, maybe the greatest artificer ever produced by House Decaneth, by House Cannith. Extraordinarily impressive, brilliant, a genius, and volatile. And timeline-wise, Aren Decaneth did vanish after the morning as well.
Okay.
So it's one of these three things, almost certainly, Nisiana, but you're not sure which one. You do know that in the years following the war, the Lord of Blades has become a force to be reckoned with. You've seen some of that yourself. And that the Lord of Blades is both intelligent and driven by anger, by rage, is determined, and that the followers of the Lord of Blades are building a nation of their own amid the devastation. You all know that the Lord of Blades is not a myth. You do know that the Lord of Blades is extraordinarily dangerous because he believes in what he is doing. This is not someone who's faking it.
Okay.
So, as in terms of what that works out to,
yeah,
you don't know. But, yeah.
So, either he is not a Warforged, he is an uploaded member of House Decaneth.
Essentially.
He is a Warforged created from the last Warforged created from the forges at Eston just before the morning happened.
Yep.
Or he was the personal Warforged bodyguard of King Boron of Brayland, named Bulwark, and was somehow twisted by the morning. All of this is based around his rage at the treatment of Warforged during and after the war, and also many of the Warforged who follow him feel mistreated.
Yep. And everything you know of the Lord of Blades ends in apocalypse. The Lord of Blades believes that they were made as weapons, and so the nations of the land need to reap what they have sown at the hands of these weapons.
Okay, so
really lovely experience, this legend lore gaining. Like, truly uplifting, nice beach read, you know.
Thanks.
You were supposed to be nice today, Arv.
Don't blame me. This damn legend lore, you know.
God damn
so
it.
Obnoxious.
Okay. I mean, honestly, the first person I would talk to in the morning would be Marimay to find out if, one, I should talk to Neatantin first or Halar first. and I basically tell you all these things.
I'll let you do that because you can relate that to Merime because after that we'll do
thing should I do
thing.
first?
Yeah.
I suggest we split forces and hit both at once. One of us I can talk to Hilar. I've known him the longest, and you can talk to Tanton.
Okay. And then reconvene and then see what we think, because if one of these can be confirmed, then it would be a piece of information we need for the Oracle of War.
If we decide to use the Oracle of War, yeah. And it might be, yeah. It might be a weakness we can use against him, too.
Yeah. But this does not end well.
No, either way, it does not. No.
It basically tells us there is no chance for us at this point to not fight.
We're already pretty set with the Lord of Blades that we would have to fight, but yeah, the more we know about our enemy, I suppose the better our chances of taking him down.
Okay, I'll talk to Mia Tanton.
I'll talk to Hilar and we'll reconvene.
Let's start with Mia. Let's start with Tanton. So Nisiana, you were able to go to find Tanton, who is
outside.
Outside by now.
Okay. He is at one of the conductor stones at the lightning rail.
I'm sure somebody would have seen you, and when I looked around,
it's right outside. Yeah.
Okay, I will go.
Like here-ish, Tren.
I will actually get a drink of some kind, like some version of coffee, because I'm pretty sure Mia Tanton has not actually remembered to have that. And if I want his attention, I need to give him some sustenance.
Oh, sorry, that's within the building. I'm sorry. It would be here, like right outside the building.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, Nina.
Mina.
Everybody drink some water. Cat appearance with the stubby tail.
I've been drinking this whole time.
Yeah, drink some water, everyone. I come out and I tap Mia Tanton on the arm.
Good morning.
Good morning, and I offer you the hot, tasty beverage.
Oh, thank you very, very much. I forgot to no.
So I have a question for you.
Well, hopefully I have an answer.
Do you know who Aaron DeKenneth is?
And his face goes.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. So, I had a conversation with Eberron last night about Lord of Blades. One of the 3 things that the Lord of Blades could have been is saying that he is not actually a Warforged at all. He was created by Aaron DeKenneth, who transferred his consciousness into a Warforged, or a creation like a Warforged, and became the Lord of Blades. Is this something you know anything about?
That would be very much like him. Yes. He was, unlike his father, he was very much a dreamer and had a very unique and creative way of pushing boundaries and making new and incredible things. His father wasn't like that. His father created the first Warforged, but they weren't sentient. They weren't alive as they are now. It was he that made the final alterations that started giving them that spark of independence.
Did he work in the creation forges of Eston? She says, not knowing anything about these things, but she doesn't know what this is. But
I can tell you if you need to know, Trent. I don't know if you'd want to know that or not.
I believe, I mean, Tanton would almost certainly know this stuff.
Yeah, no. The creation forges were in Seer. They were not in Braylon. So
which is where Tanton is from, so he would know that.
Yeah. so as far as you know, no, unless something went way off the rails. But yeah.
No, most of
Can I do an insight on him to find out why he is having had such a hard time? As in, is Aaron?
I'll allow it.
Somehow related or something to.
Actually, a question, Tanton. Are you trying to conceal your feelings about this at all?
Not in a deceptive way. He's trying not to break down crying.
I hear you. Okay.
Oh.
So insight works.
Okay. Well, let's see. Am I any good?
That'll do.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I guess
you see the tears welling up in the tear ducts before he cries.
Uh-huh. Yeah. For those of you at home, that was a 27.
Good grief.
Right. I rolled a 19, so.
Mm-hmm. Most of the Warforged creation and stuff is done in Sharn. Seer is where all artificers start out, and you learn the basics of artifice there, and you eventually learn which specialization you want to take, and then if you want to make things, you go to Sharn, and if you want to make chemicals and alchemical things and stuff, you go to what's his name?
Aaron?
Thank you.
But yeah, okay. I was like, what?
Who? I just forgot it.
Yeah. Aaron, yeah.
Aaron is the son of Merrick's Decanith. And Merrick's is the one who sent me here.
You ever meet Aaron?
Not often. We, both being artificers, and wanting to be with the House of Making, Kenneth, they were glancing, nothing, there was no, briefly. And
I'm sorry I've brought you pain.
You didn't. It was, the morning carries a very accurate name for me. Seer was my city. That's where I was born. That's where I grew up. It was a beautiful place. And the last time I saw it was on an airship ride to Sharn, where I was going to start studying being a Decanith. And while I was away, this happened.
With the morning, with Sharn being in, or with it, that area that you've so loved being in the gray, if the Lord of Blades is Aaron, do you think he would want to try to recreate a new nation there out of nostalgia or love of what once was?
I suspect that nostalgia is too nice a way of putting it. A vengeful love, perhaps?
I do understand that. I will tell you this. It is only one possibility, but it is important that we know and possibly use this information. Is there something we can do with this information that would give us an advantage?
I honestly don't know. It's given the effects that we have seen the Grey have on everything, not to mention whatever the side effects might be of transferring his essence into a Warforged body.
Remember, legend lore is not, it is what is known within the ether. It is not necessarily truth. Remember, I have 3 options here. So it's only possible, but you have met him. Is that, and you said that that is something that he would do.
He would want to.
Is he good enough to succeed?
Oh, yes. He is absolutely the best of us that there has ever been. Not just in skill, but in creativity.
Which could translate into the worst as well.
Easily. Especially if this has done something to him.
How long do you think you could have been that and not be affected?
How long do I think he could be in that?
No, I meant you.
Oh, me. If I had done what he did?
Yes.
There's no way to know. Some people, they walk through that wall once, and they are twisted beyond all recognition. Others go in and out for years and years. Well, not too many years. It hasn't been up that long. But you know, it has never affected them. It's completely random as far as we can tell.
Now think about Aaron. How long do you think he could have done it? And would he have fought it?
That would depend upon how gradual the change was. I'm sure it, like cold, can be very insidious. If anyone could find a way to protect themselves from that, it would be him. In which case, the only thing that would be affecting him would be the results of the transference itself.
And the fact that he was so angry at what happened with the Warforged. Many, many things are fueled by the need for revenge.
Oh, I know. I didn't want to make weapons either. I wanted to make fantastic toys. I wanted to make things to make people happy. I got swept up in this war. I don't blame him at all for what happened, for his feelings of anger, in some cases blatant rage.
And Merrick is the one who sent you here.
Merrick is the one who sent me to the Citadel. For lying.
I do apologize for bringing you pain. I need to go about my business. I'll leave you to yours. Don't forget to drink the rest of that.
And he's just got his hands back inside the conductor stone, but he doesn't seem to be moving much.
I pat him on the back a little bit and then I leave.
Very nice. Let's cut to Alarian, please. I will come back to Tyresh and Nisyan in a bit. Let's cut back to Alarian. So, Alarian, you had Whist, Bara, and Zodor in some order.
So, quick note: we got a long rest last night.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I need to do a little GM work. Arv, it seems we have miscalculated my armor. I'm at
It's
78.
actually 500 points. Okay, no, go ahead.
I was going to say 400, but sure.
I would go with 2. I'm not greedy here. But if I have 78 hit points, my armor should be 39, not 38.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So, but hey, at some point will make all the difference.
No question.
Yes, it
Anyways, yes. Yeah, so after 6 hours of standing, which is what they do, they go off right early because they want to get these out of the way before Nisiana goes to see Lord Teresh. So
Okay.
they go and find Whist at, I'm assuming, the sheriff's office.
Yep.
Knock on the door,
Which
unless
has been
Whist is outside.
Which has
Oh,
been
yeah.
no, and you can see that the door has been reinforced. And in
Good.
fact, a lot of the area seems to have been reinforced. You can also see some telltale signs of marks in the dirt where traps are prepared to be set but are not set yet. So the telltale work of Tantin, apparently.
Excellent. All right. I will look for Whist. If the door's closed, I won't try it. I will knock on the door.
Okay, and
As is the custom among.
there's a pause, and then yes, the jail's closed. We're preparing. Unless it can't wait, we're gonna have to deal with whatever you want later. Comes the voice from the other side of the door.
Is it Whist?
Yes. Well, it sounds like it.
Yeah. It cannot wait, as a matter of fact.
And there's a sigh, and then, all right, what's so important? Oh, and sort of sees and kind of looks up, and then
Yeah, exactly.
ah,
I look down.
well, Ilarion, I can't say I'm surprised to see you, but I didn't think it'd be right now. Word on the street is you're out doing your own preparations before this assault comes. What can I do for you?
Is not visiting with you part of preparing for the oncoming assault?
And she shrugs. Perhaps, if you can call what we're doing preparing, and she turns, leaving the door open, and
Yeah,
walks
I
back
will-
inside, and you can see
I will
that every
glide
window
inside, yep.
every window inside has been reinforced. There are newly sort of hammered in wood, and you can see sort of almost metal in certain areas of it. And you can see that even the jail cells behind, which are currently unoccupied, appear to have had the bars reinforced, and a couple of new, like, hastily constructed extra cells have been added to, like, the main office, the main area where Whist's desk is. So basically increasing from like 8 jail cells to 10 total. So like an additional 2 there that have been there. And Whist kind of walks behind her desk and then sort of slumps down a bit in the chair and says, well, this is it, such as it is. A lot of the ones that I have as my marshals are out looking around the perimeter of the city, but I told you before, Ilarion, these people are good people, but they're learning about being the law, not about fighting back against hundreds of Warforged. I don't know that we're ready here.
I mean, you're as ready, and I look around and say, like, you're done with the place. You are as ready as you can be, given the circumstances you are in. And I give her a brief rundown of visiting the militia, which did not go as well as I'd hoped, but then Tantin doing his trap thing, and what else do we? Oh, the church that we've got a triage area set up.
Yep.
With Nisiana heading that up with Lady Abbess, whatever she's called. I can't remember her name, her actual title.
With Sister
Mother.
Mother Johanna.
Mother Johanna.
Yeah, I'm like writing down my notes. Yes, Mother Johanna.
Mother Abbott. Yeah. So that's in place, and then once I finish giving that kind of summary, I fix them with my usual, unblinking stare, because that's what it is. And what is your plan for defending the town?
Well, one of my plans is we're going to need some place to keep any of these creatures that we can that don't get destroyed. I've been instructed that I need to try to capture a couple of them, and that's what these cells are for. Typically, a Warforged wouldn't have trouble breaking through the cells as they were, but If there's one thing that Sheriff's demise did, it was let us know a little bit about the inner workings of what a Warforged would need. I found some notes inside the desk. It appears that Sheriff had been thinking about ways to imprison Warforged if need be, even before any of the rest of this happened. So, I rounded up one of the extra artificers, put together a bunch of my people that I could, and we did this work. These cells here, and she points out a couple of them, including the 2 makeshift ones in her office. These 2 are making up for those 2, and she points, so the 2 that are there are like, in quotes, regular cells, whereas the 2 that she points out are the ones that have been reinforced. And unless I miss my guess, those will hold a Warforged. Even, God's curse him, the Lord of Blades, if he actually shows up in person. So, my job is to be able to take the captured creatures and put them here. As for the rest of my men, they're going to be spread out around the town. Their job is going to be to supplement the soldiers as much as they can. Perhaps they might be able to do a little bit of damage. They're somewhat handy in a fight. But they're not warriors. This isn't what they were recruited to do. Remember, most of them were volunteers only a month and a half, 2 months ago, and have only had so long to be able to train them. So, we'll do what we can, and we'll capture who we must. But in the end, and she kind of shrugs, who knows how well we're actually going to do with it.
How many men do you have under your direct command?
10. That's assuming that the couple of them that are wavering and the newest recruits stay loyal and don't end up running home to hide under their beds. But I'd like to think that the 10 of them will be there for us when we need.
All right. If you don't mind a bit of advice, I suggest you divide the town into quadrants and assign 2 of your best to each one and keep the other 2 that you're not sure of with you. They will gain more courage by your example, rather than putting them out on their own where their courage may fail them. Just a suggestion, of course.
And she nods.
Other than that, it seems like you're doing well. The position seems to suit you, and I am glad to see that.
And she nods again, and she says, before, you can say whatever else you like, but she has something she's going to say before you turn to leave. So,
yeah, I'm pretty much done. She's doing everything that I could have hoped for and more. So this couldn't have worked out better as far as I'm concerned.
She says, as you turn around and are prepared to head out, she says, Alarian, one thing.
Turn half back to see your kind of silhouette in the door.
The word on the street is you're looking for Zodor.
Correct.
Zodor, went to ground right around the same time Arulin Karlak disappeared. I don't know what his game is, but he's dangerous, but I don't know dangerous towards whom. It could be this is all a feint, a way to set things up, to trap you. Or it could be that Zodor knows exactly what the hell he's doing, and his plan is to help Salvation. He's planning that way. Problem is, I can't tell what, and I haven't been able to speak to him myself for some time. Are you going after him?
I wish to see him, but when we last left this town, it was sitting out there on a silver platter for him. I had even interceded with Mother Teleskendros to vouch for him, to install him as a citizen of some repute in Salvation, yet somehow, and I paused for a second, somehow that didn't happen. What do you know of what happened between when we left last time and came back here, besides the Colossus getting up and apparently deciding to leave the junkyard?
And she gives a wry smile and says, besides, is sort of like asking, other than the derailment, how was the train ride? And she kind of chuckles sarcastically. And she says...
They nod at that.
And she says, the minute the Colossus, you left, Karnak disappeared. Suddenly the Colossus gets up and walks out of town one day, basically. And right after that, Zodor goes to ground. No notes, no information, nothing about what has happened to him. But it did happen right after the Colossus had left. I know that he's not one usually to disappear. And it's true, you did tee up this entire town on a silver platter, and he looked ready to take care of it. Until that Colossus left. That seemed to change everything. But gods only know in what direction.
I have a contact that has made contact with Zodor, so I just don't know if I have time to meet him, and I do wish to. I don't know if I have time before the battle actually starts in earnest. It would be good to know his mind. If I can, I will.
And she nods. She says, all right. When you see him, Ilarion, keep an open mind. I don't know what his deal is, but I've never known Zodor when he finally did give his word to go back on it. This may be different than it seems.
If he is honest with me, I will give him all the benefit of the doubt he requires. If he is not, it may go poorly for him.
She shrugs and she says, all right, but he can take care of himself too, so watch yourself.
And you, I will try to touch base before the enemy arrives. Good luck.
And she nods, and the door closes, which leaves us with Zodor, who we're going to put after the battle, I think we said.
Probably I have to go find Nisiana now before she heads off to Argonth.
Yep. So we're talking Bara and Tyresh. So
Correct.
what I think I'm going to do, because we have Bara and Tyresh, then I want to come back to Rowan, and then we're going to be setting up for the imminent arrival of the assault. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take our break now.
What about Marie and Hilar?
I beg your pardon, and Marie and Hilar. I'm sorry about that. That's right. So I think after the break, in order, we will do Merimee and Hilar. Then we will come to Nisiana and Ilarion, because I do want that Bara / Tyresh conversation to be the last one. Sorry, I'll come to Rowan first, and then I'll make Nisiana and Ilarion be that last one. And then we will be set up for what happens next. So, chat, you can stick around, and I hope you will. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves so far in Day 40 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. Eberron Oracle of War, Lord Bucket, Part 4, as we continue with some awesome roleplay from Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. We will be back to you by 9:40, so about a 9-minute break. When we get back, we will continue, starting with a little bit of Merimee and Hilar, and then Rowan, before we move on to deal with what happens next. Please do follow the channel, subscribe, and support the Patreon, and support all of these amazing people's amazing things, and we will be right back here in a little bit. Hold tight. Okay. So welcome back, everyone. We hope everyone is having a good time. And I just literally got the. Whoa.
That wasn't my cat.
I hope everyone has a good time. And I heard a cross between a chicken and a cat just then.
That's a very old cat who was convincing John to give him ice cream.
I see. Is that basically what that is? Well, listen, I can't
Yeah,
blame the desire for
her
ice cream.
and very, very, very insistent about it.
I see.
I think we all heard that.
Yeah, that was quite very much in evidence.
She will reach out with her paw and like, give that pull it over, try to pull it over. She's terrible about it. Yeah.
Can you folks indulge me for a second, because I literally was just sent the link for the News 12 piece that I did this morning, which is a minute. And I thought I would share it because it seems like they were pretty excited about that. They said so. Let me. Okay. What? No. Okay. What is this? This is an advertisement. That's exactly what I want as an advertisement. That's good. It'll give me a chance to actually capture the window. This is in case chat you're curious. This is relating to my novel Renegade, which is officially releasing on Tuesday, and this event that we're talking about is going to be releasing on Saturday. So Saturday, a week from today, is going to be the release for that. So 1, 0. Okay, pause. Great. All right. So let me transition over to this. I think I'll put this over my picture, because that way it'll seem less odd. Oh no, you know what? No, I'll do it I'll do it here. Okay. I will do it in the middle. So I apologize. You're going to see these other people obscured for a moment. My apologies. Okay. So here we go. All right, chat. So here is the piece from News 12. But his swing passed through open air as the man was already gone.
Local author Gregory A. Wilson reading today from his newest book, Renegade, the second part of the Gray Assassin trilogy. Wilson sitting down with us at Black Rock Books on Fairfield Avenue, where the official release will be taking place next weekend. He says Renegade is a dark fantasy novel that's sure to please.
If you like the Assassin's Creed type of game stories, or if you like The Equalizer, or Jason Bourne, or things at La Femme Nikita, things about these elite agents who find themselves being disconnected from the organizations that they work for, this, along with Renaissance technology and cloaks and moonlit nights and things of that nature, dark alleyways, this is a fantasy story that I think would appeal to you.
The release event taking place at 3030 Fairfield Avenue next Saturday at 7 p.m. Public invited. Says admission, though, will cost you the book. Do you have to purchase either Renegade or Grayshade? For more information, go to news12.com.
Yay! That's a pretty good piece. I'm very happy with that. That is good stuff. I like News 12. That's a good piece. That gets everything across, and it's like a minute 15 and all that. But that's cool. And it really is a nice bookstore as well. So yay. Okay. Thank you for indulging me. I wanted to see that. So that's coming up.
And a reminder again that everyone can attend that event
live
on
streamed.
Saturday. What time?
At 7. Thank you for asking. It's July 29th at 7 p.m. Eastern is when you'll be able to do that. So
very nice, Arv. Congrats.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, very cool.
Will ebooks also be available on that day? So you can just make people pay for the thing when we come to the thing on the stream.
Yes, indeed. But no. No, we're not going to make people do that on the stream. This is just like people in person would do that. But yes, ebooks will be available. In fact, ebooks will be available as of Tuesday, and you'll be able to order a copy of. Oh, look! I just happen to have it in front of me. This book, Renegade, which is going to be there.
Tico's cover?
Say it is a Peter Tikos. I mean, Peter Tikos is so good. Like so good. In fact, I have to show you this because I was really psyched at this. Hold on, I'm so sorry. I know we have to play. Hold on 1 second. I'm excited.
I would like to remind everybody that he said he wanted 1 minute.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm okay with it because I would
book promo is very hard. Let him do the thing. Let him be excited.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So Grayshade, right? Peter Tikos cover, Renegade. But the idea behind this is if you put these together spine to spine, that there is a light. I'll actually go the other way. So from top to bottom, there is a gradual lightening that happens on the spine of Gray Shade and then goes down to Renegade from blue to green. And then Heretic, the last book, will be even brighter still, so that there is this slight effect of a lightning process throughout the course of the trilogy.
Oh,
this.
lightning,
Neat.
not lightning. Okay.
And also lightning, struck by lightning bolts. No,
Lightning.
Lightning. Yes.
Very nice. Very cool.
So-
Yes.
So
Yeah, Peter's awesome.
Yeah,
I
Peter's
wish I
great,
could get
and-
him to do stuff for me again.
You know the other thing.
no, I need him one more first.
I know.
But
I'm
thank
aware.
you, because you made it possible for that
You
to
are
happen,
welcome.
John. So
Yeah,
thank
and
you
I'm-
for putting me in
I
contact.
am
These are I'm very
So
happy
glad
with
those
these.
covers worked out. They look phenomenal.
No, they look
Yeah,
great. I
they're-
just
yes.
man, they're so good.
Super awesome.
And the address of the bookstore is one of my favorite characters from the Brave Star cartoon.
Really, 3030 Fairfield Avenue?
Yeah, 3030.
Oh, okay,
Brave,
very cool.
He's Brave Star's horse.
Okay. Well, if you want to see Brave Star's horse, then you should come to 3030 Fairfield Avenue, where they'll totally be.
Somehow I doubt he's going to be there.
If you were interested in this, by the way, and you're in the Southern Connecticut area, and you go to Black Rook, you got to go to Black Rook. BlackRockBooks.com. You can RSVP there. And they do actually need people to RSVP because it's not a huge space. They had a poetry reading there where they had 40 people, and the owner was telling me that she was like, fire code, because like it was like literally like almost out the door. And they didn't start getting real people getting people RSVPing for that until a couple days before, whereas we already have a bunch of people that have started RSVP. Hopefully more now after that. That piece you just saw is going to run all the way until tomorrow night. And News 12, News 12 is huge now. It's actually even international because it's owned by Altice. And like I was kind of like, well, News 12 is a local news station, but the Klein event sort of proved this to me. It's on in like every car dealer and like DMV and like diner and stuff like this. Like everyone has News 12 on because it's like the local news in the general area. So anyway, so thanks to Frank Recchia, who's the reporter that did the piece. And yeah, I'm happy with that. They did a good job. So I am excited for Renegade. And Marie, of course, knows about the early portion of this. And Brandon knows about this, having been very connected to this.
Read the book, y'all.
And Tren knows about this because of proofreading things, and may or may not do an audiobook down the line. So I'm super excited. So, sorry, I apologize for the delay. We will get right onto it. Super unprofessional to do that, but I was just too excited. So anyway, okay.
That's lovely.
Thank you all so much, friends. I appreciate it. Okay, so right, everyone wins. The game's over. You all win. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yay!
You said it. Wait, you all heard it. We have witnesses. It's all good.
Like,
Shut up, legally binding statement.
I like my pathos. I almost made me a Tantan cry.
That's true. Oh yeah, we'll come back to that in the
Terrible
recap.
about
I was
it.
very
They
happy with that.
I feel terrible about it. Outside, I'm like,
Yeah, it was Chef's Kiss. It was very good. Okay, so I believe what I said is what we were going to start with Marimé and Halar after the break. So let us do that. So Marimé, you can probably track Halar down. I would say you tell me where you're going to go look for him. If you're going to head to his house or what your plan is.
Well, I feel like we'd have an idea of where he'd go, but probably to his house. Or if you mentioned that he was going to work with anyone to do anything, then I'd head that way. But he tends to stick in his house, especially with the Oracle of War kind of, hanging out there.
Yes, that would be the case. And so if we take a look, we will find that he is, in fact, down at his house when you come there. Also, you note that Sky Blue is not there at the moment, but of course the Oracle is. So you can find him there if you go down there, and so assuming you knock, he is available.
Okay, I'm totally heading there. Where's his house? There's his house. Doop, there I am.
Yeah. I think I'm at. Was his house here or here? Because I think I moved him. I want to make sure.
I think it was. I don't know.
I thought it was here.
Yeah, I think I put it too far down.
Could have crowd in there, and there were the beds.
Yeah. My bad. Okay, yeah, it's there. So sorry. Right. There.
Well,
okay.
I'm actually in his house. I don't know where he is.
Right, you're in someone else's house now. Okay, right. Okay. So he lets you in. He says, "Good morning, Marimé. You look like you got something on your mind."
I do. I have several things on my mind, actually. But one of them is that Nisiana used legend, communicated with Eberron yesterday. last night, and I got some interesting information on the Lord of Blades, and perhaps where he comes from, in fact.
And he kind of folds his arm and leans back against the wall, and he says, "All right, what do you got then?"
There's a few theories that Nisiana proposed, and we thought the more we knew about the Lord of Blades, perhaps the better chances we'd have against him, know thy enemy and all that good stuff. But do you know one of King Baranel's bodyguards named Bulwark? That was the
And
name.
he kind of, when you say that, he kind of rubs his chin and he says, "Bulwark." And he pauses and he sort of goes over and he looks at the door and then locks it, makes sure it's locked, and then turns back and he says,
Nope.
Nope, never heard of him. So anyway, no. He turns around and he says, I was about to say, no, that's a name I've not heard in a long time. But he turns around and says, "Yes, I knew Bulwark, but I haven't heard him talked about in quite some time. What exactly did Eberron tell Nisiana about him?"
Why don't you tell me a bit about Bulwark first, and I'll see if any of this makes sense.
He shrugs and he says, "He was specially designed to be able to protect the king. Warforged, have certain weaknesses. There are certain things that can be done to them with magic. There are ways that they can be affected by object spells, things like shatter, not stuff that you would any fool around with, of course, but things of that nature." There's a moment, Marimé, where you look and his eyes sort of flick to you just for a moment, like maybe it's a wink, but probably it's not. And then he goes on to say, but there were certain Warforged who were given to particular artificers to complete, ones that were supposedly the best at what they did. The feeling was that the king was doing things dangerous enough that anyone organic could eventually be turned against him. But if you could have a Warforged, one that was completely loyal and was not able to be easily stopped, that you'd have the best kind of bodyguard, and it might make it easier. You wouldn't have to have full divisions of troops standing outside the palaces. You wouldn't have to have the king use body doubles all the time and all the things that we used to do before. Basically, the king wanted a way that he could move around more easily and do so without danger to himself. We felt that Bulwark was the solution. He was, from what I can tell, the best bodyguard that may have ever existed. Certainly the best one that ever existed in Brayland. He was steady, reliable, unflappable. Couldn't throw him off his game. He was the best.
And what happened to him?
And he kind of lowers his head and he says, "You remember what happened when the war was at its height? You remember some of the way that people talked about the other side? Actually, the other sides, plural."
Things got ugly. It wasn't exactly the best time for anyone, I don't think.
That's right. And people became suspicious. Especially, they became suspicious of those that didn't strike them as quite human enough. And so, Bulwark was so effective in his job, so successful in protecting the king, so loyal, so beyond reproach, that people started to find him suspicious. In fact, there was some who felt that he didn't deserve to be given the job of protecting the king, that it was only a matter of time before something corrupted him, before he changed. They also said that he wasn't worthy of the position. I remember having a discussion with him once about it. I asked him if it bothered him, people treating him like a thing instead of a creature with living thought and intellect and spirit. He said, why should it matter? The Warforged had always been treated as slaves.
him being a more glorified one didn't make any difference. I thought that was a strange thing to say, but he seemed like his normal self otherwise, so I didn't think much about it. Right around the time of the morning, we were still getting in news from the front about everything that had been destroyed, about the collapse of our war machines, about the spells being reversed, about this swirling cloud, this thing. And when I went to talk to the king about it, Bulwark had gone. No one knew where, but I heard from a few people that he'd been seen heading for one of the lightning rails. He hadn't been seen since that time.
Well, he may be the Lord of Blades.
And he kind of like blinks. Bulwark? The Lord of Blades?
Possibly.
Doesn't make any sense. Why would he do that?
Maybe he didn't like being a slave or treated inferiority, or that people pretended that he wasn't a person and a thing.
But the Lord
Maybe.
of Blades is cruel, vicious. Bulwark was never any of these things. He was a rock, a wall. He was a fortress. He didn't treat people like the property some people wanted to treat him as.
No, but I guess if you're treated badly long enough, then maybe something in you snaps, even for a Warforged, and you decide to become something different that you perceive as more powerful just to survive. And the Lord of Blades does help Warforged. I mean, they do some. I'm not backing his play here, but I mean, perhaps he still is those things. He's just not those things to us.
You realize that if you're right, you're saying that he did go rogue, that he couldn't be trusted, that eventually he would snap, just like the bigots said he would.
The morning affected a lot of people, a lot of things differently, and maybe it has something to do with that. Nobody else needs to know who it was. We don't need to give power to people who already hate enough. And knowledge, unfortunately, is power. But if it is Bulwark, which, again, I'm not sure it's one of many possibilities, one of 3 possibilities that Nisiana is looking into. But if he is Bulwark, would there be any weaknesses that we can use against him, or anything that we can use to stop him? If he was a good person, a good Warforged at one point, and...
He sighs heavily and he says, "There's a theory you might have heard, Merime, that some people who go in the gray become exactly the opposite of what they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
There's a theory that if he was the steadiest, most reliable, most consistent soldier, bodyguard, warrior I ever met, if that theory's true, then you're dealing with someone who has no limit to his rage, to his anger. He's a lit fuse, waiting for some explosive to light. I wouldn't want to be within 100 miles of him if that's true."
Hilar, they gave him the protection of the king. Do you really believe that they would not have had a way to stop him if ever he did go rogue?
He shakes his head and he says, "You remember the Oracle when it was having that malfunction about the 3rd protocol?"
Oh, I remember.
It went something like this: 3rd protocol. No. It's like, God damn it. He says, "Well, I did a little bit of searching. I had heard rumors about this before, about what I'm about to describe, but I never knew what the mechanism was until I saw the Oracle. So there's a 3rd protocol. There's also a 4th one. The 4th protocol, supposedly, although never confirmed it, was a last-ditch solution. It was a way to permanently eliminate the problem of creatures from the other sides we couldn't control. If the fourth protocol was activated, it would shut down all Warforged everywhere. And that means Eberron too, Merime.
Is this even still available?
I don't even know if it ever existed. It might have just been a legend. But I keep thinking about something that Bulwark said. That idea about them always being slaves, him being just a glorified one. If he got it in his head that there was something out there, if he heard that there was something out there to destroy every one of his kind, why wouldn't he want to do the same to those people that would have done it to him, if he was twisted in the way you say he was? So yeah, there's a weakness. It's a weakness that shuts down every Warforged, if it's true. If it's true that it exists, then the Oracle's the key to it. And you're talking about a pretty hard choice, I think.
It's an unnecessary one. There is another way. But genocide, there's usually another way.
I agree.
Would the Oracle be the one that would trigger this? Because we were considering perhaps using the Oracle, but we wouldn't risk it if there's even a remote possibility.
I don't know. I haven't found out enough about the Oracle to know, but I'm starting to think there isn't much beyond that thing's capabilities. Last time you used it, you remember it sent out that signal like a beacon, a flare.
I also remember. Yeah.
If it can do that, if it can do the stuff you told me it did when you were in the Grey with all those undead, who's to say it couldn't do something like this? I've never seen anything else that could activate anything like a fourth protocol, and I never heard anything else saying the third protocol over and over again till you brought us this.
All right. All right. Well, that gives us more information points at least. Thank you. There's a couple things you should probably be aware of.
Okay. Like what?
I reached out, used my Kalashtar dreams. Last night things seemed desperate enough that I thought I would try something different. And it seems to indicate that perhaps the Colossus, Big Mo, who's gone missing from town, that he might be coming with the Lord of Blades to attack us.
He kind of pauses and says, "Are you sort of like FYI?"
Yeah, FYI, basically like FYI, just like so you know.
Don't take this the wrong way, but is this a dream that's reliable, you think?
I have no idea. I don't know. I wish now somewhat that I would have paid perhaps more attention or tried to connect with my heritage a little bit more beforehand, but it felt so real, and the Colossus is missing, and I was there. I felt it, the earth shaking under its footsteps. So yes, I think it's as reliable as anything else that we have. And
so he kind of takes a sigh and he sort of rubs his temples, and you see for the first time, maybe, Merime, how exhausted Halar looks. You know, it strikes you that it's very difficult to remember when you've seen Halar rest. Like, he usually is just sort of like, I'm here, and then you all do all your things, and he's always like, he's always around. But how many times he's actually gotten to get some sleep, to get some rest? And he says, I don't know how we prepare a town against a Colossus. If that thing has been weaponized now.
Well, like you said, it might not be something. I told the rest of the King's Citadel, and we don't need to tell the whole town because they'll panic. It's not going to help anyone. But we should be aware of it because we are going to be part of that front line. But I'm thinking, and Hilar, this is something that you could perhaps keep in the back of your mind. But Eberron will go talk to Bara about this possibility as well. But the fortress, the Argoth, is a weapon in itself. One big enough that when thrown at a Colossus could take it out.
And he smiles and he says, you want to convince them to throw the Argoth at the Colossus?
If convincing isn't in the cards, then perhaps just making it happen is what's going to need to
And he kind of raises an eyebrow and he says, you realize that if the Argonth gets destroyed, there's nothing else here. Even all of you, I think, wouldn't be able to hold back a whole army.
If a colossus is rampaging through town, I don't think that anything else will be left regardless. We might be low on options.
It might be. All right. You can use your best judgment, I suppose, but you'll have to figure out how to convince others or work around them if you have to.
Of course. The lightning train isn't coming, the lightning rail, is it?
Not for a while. I sent a message down, but it's going to take a while for them to turn around and get it back. As far as they're concerned, they've protected Salvation by sending the Argonth, assuming it doesn't get used to be destroyed. It kind of like trails off looking at you.
Well, we'll see what the day brings and all of that. Is there anything else that you needed us to be aware of? I'm going to go meet up with the others shortly.
Just one question.
Shoot.
Rowan Shallow has joined the King's Citadel, and from what I can tell and from what I've heard, I trust him. What I'm curious about is, do you? You've been around all of the people in the Citadel for a while. You were around Yana, and you know what happened with her in the end when she went off to go back to her people. You trust him? Do you believe in him?
I would... Nisiana trusts him. I'm inclined to trust her judgment with that.
As a member of the Citadel, or as your sister, if you don't mind my asking?
If I'm honest, as my sister, but she's proven herself time and time again as a member of the Citadel.
There's no doubt about that.
I'm not...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not certain. There are a few that I would fully trust with Nisiana's safety, as you know, and I am not sure that I would yet with Rowan. But it took me quite a long time to trust the others as well, and yourself. So it's not so much a reflection of Rowan as it is perhaps a reflection of my own lack of trust.
He nods and he says, I'm going to have to make a report to my superiors eventually. I'm going to have to explain why it is the Citadel members that they approved had now been joined by someone with a somewhat uncertain past. Now, I will do what I can to keep them involved and to keep them still not involved enough to cause problems. I actually think Rowan is exactly the kind of person the Citadel needs. But I need to know that from people that I trust, and that means all of you. So, in what's to come, when you're doing what you need to do to keep these people safe, I want you to be able to tell me if you think he's lived up to the potential we think he has.
I think he will. I do believe that he will. And heading into this battle, I did not hesitate to call upon him last night to tell him of my vision. I did not hesitate. I did not even think that I would not do so. So perhaps I am trusting him more than even I had realized until you asked a question. He's blended in easily with the rest of us. He brings skill sets that we do not have, and a strength that we'll all need, and knowledge as well. Especially in the battle to come. But the battle to come will determine a lot of things about many of us, I fear. And hopefully we'll all live to tell each other about it in the morning.
He nods and he says, yes, let's hope that we do get a morning. When you go off to be with Alarion and Nisiana, make sure you to tell him to take it easy with Bara and with General Tyresh. I know he's not their favorite person, and I don't blame him, but he's also the superior here, and even though the Citadel doesn't report to him, he could, theoretically, try to get Citadel members clapped in irons, and that's not a headache any of us need. So, just, he gets this kind of Hilar very seldom looks like he's kind of nonplussed, but here he's sort of a little bit like, just try to smooth the waters the best you can.
Well, I'll try, but Hilarion certainly seems to be on a warpath. But Nisiana, on the other hand, does intend to try to help him.
And Tanton?
I mean, Tanton is doing Tanton.
He sort of like, he kind of nods slowly as if to be like, right.
One more thing. Speaking of the general, I did see in my vision too that there seems to be a plot against him. Just so you know.
He's like, wait, what?
FYI, second FYI. Just
a plot? How do you know?
I saw these 4 people, and I bring up the vision, especially the blonde tall man that was clearest to me. I bring up a minor illusion just to show them.
Okay.
These 4 people, which Rowan also saw, discussing angrily with each other, but they were saying that he was going to get what he had coming to him. And I assume that it meant the general. Although, again, I have no proof, as it is but a dream, but perhaps one that's warning us of certain things to come.
Based on what we just talked about before, if it is a plot, will you all try to stop it? Specifically, will, Hilarion, maybe Rowan, Tanton, try to stop it? He has the classic Mr. Spock eyebrow, like highly raised, as he's looking at you. Like,
in his hairline.
Yeah.
I could lie to you if you'd like, but I don't think I need to answer your question, Hilar. I can tell you that Nisiana will try to help him, and I will be near Nisiana to help her. And if anything steps up to attack the general, I will stop them.
Just be aware that the general, for all of his problems, is considered a military leader. And if it turns out that people working for Brayland didn't try to stop a Brayless general from being killed, he kind of sighs and then trails off and lets the thought go unsaid. And then he just says, just keep your eyes open, I guess.
We will do that. And I can speak to the others if you so ask. I can try, but I can't make promises. I will not speak for others.
And he nods and he says, it's all right. I want you to speak for yourself. Thanks, Mermaid. Let's get to our business. We have some people to save.
Sounds like a fun day. Good luck, Hilar.
Okay, and with that, you leave, and that brings us over to Rowan before we get into the dun-dun-dun General Tyresh. Not at all awkward conversation to come, not to mention the discussion with Bara. So, Rowan, you awake feeling quite rested, I would say, and feeling like it's about damn time.
All of my wounds are no longer aching me.
That's exactly right. So you're feeling pretty good about all that. So my question to you is, when you awaken, you are alone in your room. Of course, you had the conversation last night, so you heard this thing about the vision and the dream and all that. Where
is that the question? Is you are alone in your room?
The question is, are you alone in your room? Yes. No. The question is, are you going anywhere, or where do you go? Or are you kind of like meditating on this vision that you were told, or you're just like, thank God I got some sleep? I'm curious about where Rowan is going to conduct his affairs.
I do think that I'm gonna go for a walk. Like, I don't have plans, I think. I'm just gonna idly take a stroll through Salvation.
Okay. Are you idly strolling past anything in particular by chance? Like idly stroll past, where Zodor Tarev used to live, or like idly stroll past the training place or whatever. I was just curious.
I mean, I do glance over at the place where I last met one of Tarev's colleagues, just to see if anybody's there, just to like get a sense if anybody's monitoring the place, if someone's waiting to send or receive a message in the event that some kind of wildness is about to go down.
Please make a perception check for me, please.
Okay. Perception.
Nice.
21.
Okay. You do, in fact, as you look over, you don't see anyone like obviously guarding the place, but you do see something else, and it is two soldiers basically who are clearly arguing about something. Now they seem to be paying attention to each other, not you. Just to be clear, this isn't like, hey, have you heard about the plot? Like, okay, like I'm not, there's this is not a repeat of other things that you've heard, but they do seem to be arguing about something, and you do pick up something about infirmary and health, but you're a little bit too far away to note what it is. But these two are basically under, kind of like in the shadow of the alleyway where you used to meet one of Zodor's contacts, so that's how you happen to notice them. Clearly Brailish military of some kind, though.
1. These 2 men are not any of the 4 men that I saw earlier.
Definitely not. No.
Okay. 2. My observant feat lets me read lips. Does that mean that I gain any more information about this conversation?
Yes. They seem to be talking about a soldier who took ill. Now, you'd need to go a little bit closer than that, but they're definitely talking about some third person, clearly. Some third person soldier's illness.
But they don't go into any specific detail at all about what that illness might be.
I guess, so let me ask this. So you stop enough that you're sort of like looking, they technically are in the outside of the shadow, but since you made a good perception check there, do you kind of like, I guess my question is, do you step close enough that you're going to try to read the lips of both of them? Like, trying to see what they're both saying to each other?
I don't think I'm gonna get closer. I think what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna take something out to, like, mildly tinker with it. Like, I think, like, I'm, what am I? Right. Here's what. I take one of my daggers out and I'm just kind of, like, idly, like, twirling it. And then it falls out of my hands, observably clumsily. And in the process of me trying to pick it up, like, it keeps, like, skittering across the street, just close enough that I could get just, like, a foot closer to them while I pick it up, and, like, I'm dusting it off and, like, polishing the blade against my clothes and stuff like that, just so I could keep looking at them.
I would like you to make a deception check for me, please, and I'll let you do this at advantage.
Aha.
I love everything about
Deception is good.
Aha.
22.
22. Okay. Yes, they pay no attention. Like, at one point they look over, but they're just sort of like, they seem to be very focused on each other. And when you get close, you can hear that what they're arguing about is about this soldier who, as I mentioned, was found ill, but now you get to hear more about why. Apparently, this soldier was recently in the stocks for 3 days because of some act of insubordination to the general, and was admitted to the infirmary due to dehydration. That soldier has disappeared, and no one knows why. And the rank and file of the soldiery is pissed off, at least if you can get any impression from it. Basically, these two soldiers are arguing with each other about whether, like, how much they should talk about this to others. Like, should they go to the lieutenant? And the other one's like, the lieutenant is not going to do a damn thing, and there's like a discussion about how much do they expose themselves, basically. But clearly they're talking about this character whose name, by the way, is Revis, and whether, Revis and, what the hell happened to Revis, and I know he was there. Apparently Revis was actually in this division of infantry. And so these two are arguing about what may have happened to Revis and whether they should say anything about it.
So to also be sure, part of their concern is they don't want to mention it to superiors for fear that it is also seen as insubordination.
You got it. And one of them seems to be saying like we should do it anyway, and the other one's like you've almost gotten your pension vested, like you know the way the general is, like blah 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 blah. It probably is fine, you know. I'm sure he'll show up again, that sort of thing. So there's this discussion about how much to expose themselves, in terms to expose themselves to punishment. But clearly they are both agitated about this situation, and apparently it's not just them. The impression you get is a lot of people are pissed off about this.
I put my dagger away.
Okay.
Straighten up. And I salute the two soldiers.
And they sort of see the gesture and yes, what's your business here, citizen?
Hi, friends. I'm not sure if you've seen my face. I'm part of
one of the soldiers then like looks at you, is like, oh, I think I saw you. You're one of the, you're working for Brayland, right? Some division I've never heard of before, but you're working for us, I think.
Indeed, of a sort. I don't mean to disrupt you both in your personal business. I just wanted to let you know that I'm very glad to be fighting alongside you both. I know the next couple of days are probably going to be very tense, so I just wanted to let you know I'm grateful that you're doing the work to keep Salvation safe. It's been through a lot, as you can see.
And they kind of nod, and they sort of look at each other, and one of them says, well, thank you. You know, it's our job. But you don't need an insight check, Rowan, to see that their heart isn't in it. I mean, like, they're definitely not like, you know, they're not BSing you, but, you know, it's not kind of like, yeah, we do this for king and country. Like, they're not, you know, they're definitely not about that.
So I put my metal hand out for a handshake.
And they kind of, like, one of them's, well, I'd heard something about this, but, and one of them sort of reaches out and tentatively, like, takes it as if they're, you know, like Terminator style, if you're going to crush their hand or whatever.
So before he can close on my hand, I grab his forearm very firmly. I go, we're in for quite a difficult one, as you can guess. But I want to let you know that I've seen your stock. I think that you and all your kin will do everything that is necessary to keep Salvation and the rest of these territories safe from what's to come. It is truly an honor to work with you, and I hope that you know that when this is all over, I trust you to do what is just for you and for your brothers. And I let go and walk away before he can reply.
He's like, and just sort of stands there as you turn and walk away. As you do so, you hear, Rowan, as you are walking back up the street, a whisper from one of the alleyways, and it says, not bad.
Do I recognize the whisper?
No, you sure don't. And when you look in the direction of it, there's nothing there, but you definitely
Not
heard it
even
coming
the
from an
alleyway.
Exactly. The alley. The entire town has vanished. All of Salvation. Like, God damn it, no.
I swear I walked past this corner.
Yeah. And you do not recognize the whisper, but I can't even say, but you do know this. You just heard the whisper. The thing that was weird about it, though, Rowan, it definitely was directional. It came from the, like, you know, it sounded like it was to the right, but the alley is like 20 feet to your right, and the whisper sounded like it was over your right shoulder.
Sound shifting.
Brandon, you're just being stalked by a predator, but don't worry about it. You're fine. You're all fine.
Right. Then you hear a laughter, and then you see an item of red, and then someone laughing more and more. No, that doesn't.
Anytime.
What's up, kid?
Nisiana's adding Rowan to her list to talk to.
Rowan's on the list. Oh man, you don't. If you're on Nisiana's list to be talked to, you better behave.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna walk past the tavern.
Okay, you can do that. Are you looking for? Are you just to the outside? Or are you going in? Or
yeah, I go inside.
Okay.
How much for the strongest drink that they serve here that is not alcohol?
That would be pineapple juice. It's super sticky.
Sarsaparilla?
Listen, as someone who once was, because they knew that I did not drink, was given a speaker award at a debate tournament because they knew I did not drink, was given a pitcher of root beer. Now, I love root beer, but let me tell you, chugging a root beer pitcher, I'm not talking about it's hard like it does terrible things to your liver. I mean, like, how did you even do that? Like, it's just, you can't. So, that similar to this, pulls out this oaken cask, like on top of the bar, and brings out a mug and literally takes the tap and does this as if it has not been opened for a long time, and then comes out this foaming, and you can sort of even catch the sort of hint of vanilla and bite of the some of the kind of sugar, the bitterness combined from it. Sort of, you can even smell a little bit of the bubbles, kind of like, kind of even from this distance. And the bartender sort of passes it over to you and says, "Good luck out there tonight. And this one's on the house. Just it won't muddle your senses, but well." And he quickly takes the cask, puts it down behind the bar, and then sort of turns away, occasionally looking to see if you're still there.
Mm-hmm. As soon as he puts it away and looks at me, I down it in one gulp.
I would like a con saving throw, please.
I knew it. This is gonna hurt.
You got this. You're fine.
It's like trying to chug Beverly.
18.
18,
Oh.
huh?
Nice.
I lose half my HP.
You lose all. No, definitely not.
Just your sight.
I would like you to roll a 1d10 for me, please.
Okay.
Those who are wondering what Beverly is, it is an
Roll 20 is trying its very hardest. Okay, cool. That took very long. 8.
8. Can you add your wisdom modifier to it for me?
No. I mean, yes.
I didn't mean that as a question. You will add your wisdom.
That's 2.
Okay, so 10. Okay, for a moment, Rowan, the room around you seems to shift. I guess the way I would describe it is, you have a kind of, for a moment it feels as if you see everything in the room super clearly, as if your senses have been heightened for a moment. And you can see there's one person at one of the back tables who's kind of looking at you, but you can hear first you don't know what that is, and then you realize it's the slight movement of the wooden mug on the wooden table. And then you can hear let's see if I can get this sound right. You can hear a sound of liquid sloshing, and you realize that it's the bartender cleaning the mug. Just for a moment, your senses are heightened where you hear everything for a moment or so, it seems, down to the smallest detail. And then it passes, and you're just sitting there feeling a little like, sort of, if you've ever had the experience of waking up after a mid-afternoon nap you hadn't planned to take. So you're kind of like really groggy, and you're like, like, that's a little bit what it feels like.
Okay. Didn't know you were keeping that from me, barkeep. That was A lot?
Bartender says not, like bartender just continues to be like just absolutely resolutely cleaning this damned spot off the mug that just doesn't seem to want to, like very focused.
All right. And I get up and I leave.
Okay. I'll tell you mechanically, Rowan, that you may be able to have such a drink made for you again. There may be certain effects that happen depending on how things go down. That's one of them.
Noted. I will keep that well in mind.
So when you leave, just give me a general sense of where you're headed.
I really am not headed anywhere in particular. I'm just kind of idly walking, I think.
No, that's fine.
I don't have any end goal. I'm just taking in salvation before we probably lose salvation again.
That's fine. I was curious about, if you're kind of getting a feel for the people. Okay, that's helpful for me to know that. All right. Then that brings me to Alarian, Nisiana, and Merime, I believe, who were headed to talk to Bara and, of course, the general. When you get to the Argonth... oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
Question to Merime and Alarian. I ask, one, if I should mention that I believe that the Colossus will be involved in the battle. And two, since I don't want to mention... Oh, and I catch Alarian up on my legend lore, by the way. The whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes.
I said, I don't want to mention Bulwark and I don't want to mention Aaron DeCaneth, but should I possibly mention that the Lord of Blades might be the last Warforged created at the Forges of Estin?
I don't think it's worth it necessarily. Just because there's already so much. I don't know.
Okay. Yes to the Colossus because he knew it was here. You couldn't have missed it. I think that one. And Valerian kind of strokes their metal chin for a minute, or metal chin for a second. It's like what I'm concerned about is if he asks how we know this, we don't, in my mind, have an answer that I believe he will believe. But we can try. However, I think we have to at least put it in his head as a possibility. This is fair. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be more believable.
I mean, this is a truthful statement that may not be actually connected to the thing.
And it does spare if he doesn't know the powers of the Kalashtar or how they work.
That would make muddy waters. But it's important that he know that the Colossus may be involved.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the reasons I wanted to talk to him before I launch into I need to heal him.
Wouldn't it be better to try and heal him and hopefully have some success there and then talk to him when he would be in a hopefully better mood?
Well, if I just walk up and say I need a meeting with the general because I need to heal him, I think that wouldn't go so well. However, I have had a divine message that I think he needs to hear.
That sounds like a good lead-in. Okay. I mean, I will leave it to you. I will confess I don't get lost in the subtleties of communication on this plane.
Well, sometimes it has to do with reputation, and sometimes it has to do with, as a healer and a cleric, there are certain things that can be said to certain people, and that's it.
Agreed.
And I do not want to make him upset.
Yes.
Besides, you're going to be busy with Bara.
Theoretically. I may be there as your bodyguard. It all depends.
Nope. You're not there. That is why my sister is here. Otherwise,
I will
be here.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on you.
All right, that's perfect. And I Nisia or Merime, I tap my temple.
Yo.
Yeah, keep that open.
Oh yeah.
No problem. I mean, I'm all three of us.
Like,
yo. Yeah, all three of us.
Like
yo. Yeah, I've got it all linked together. We're all together, so we can all speak to each other as needed.
Okay. All right. So, assuming that Nisiana, you've said what you needed to say for the moment.
Yep.
Then when you arrive to the Argonth, you can see that the guards, and this is probably not too surprising, are in some serious state of, like, they are very much heightened awareness, let's put it that way. They kind of stiffen as you approach, then they see who you are. And one of them says, yes, what can I do for you? It's rather busy on the Argonth right now.
I'm letting one of these two do the talking here.
I step forward. The littlest one and since it's healing, I have all the confidence in the world. Also, it's divine. I need to speak with General Tyresh. I have had a divine message.
And he sort of pauses and says, I don't know that the general's going to be seeing anyone. He's not feeling particularly well this morning.
I'm also a very good healer. I should be seeing him.
Well, with respect, there are other healers that he's seen, and that he can see as he sees your face, he's sort of like gradually trailing off in the way of the person who's explaining to the parent something which is failing to convince the parent in any respect whatsoever, and is just kind of like, so I
would
meant
be
to
correct in my duty as a healer of House de Jarasco if I do not at least make the offer and attempt to the general himself. As the niece of the name of the house leader, my house would be looked down upon poorly. You would not want that to happen, would you?
And he like looks helplessly at the other guard, who is also kind of like have gone from being particularly hypervigilant to being like a little bit like
Call for Captain. Is it Captain Barra?
Yes.
Call for Captain Barra if you must have permission.
Yes, absolutely, right away. Like they sort of grasp onto it. Like, yes, a person I can talk to. That's not me. And they're just like, Captain Barra, we need Captain Barra. They start acting very. We need Barra down here immediately. Like, bring Captain. So they start, calling it, and both of them are calling up at the same time, which is kind of redundant. But, so a couple of minutes pass during which they resolutely attempt to avoid eye contact with you. Before
not that hard. I'm only like 3 feet tall.
Yeah. But they're just sort of like, like very interested in their halberd and all that kind of stuff. And after a few moments, you see sort of descending the ramps back and forth is Barra. And Barra comes down and says, yes, good morning. It's good to see you. I hope you've had a relatively good rest.
I have, thank you. I'm so sorry to have bothered you, but I do need to see the general. I have had a divine message that he needs to hear.
The general?
Yes.
Well,
I understand he's not feeling well. I am also the best healer in the city.
And I believe you. Certainly I believe you. You've proven that before, but the general has left particular orders not to be disturbed. So if we do disturb him, there's going to have to be a reason more than just, with respect, a vision.
A divine message that does, in fact, deal with his strategy of the upcoming fight. And he is the one in charge. He needs to know this. And then he can decide whether or not it is worth changing any strategy he has.
And Barra looks at all three of you and says, and all three of you need to come for this?
I actually need to speak with you while they're dealing with the general anyways. So he kind of shrug. The guy kind of shrug like,
So the soldiers kind of look at each other and look at Barra and and Barra like, pass them on my responsibility. And the soldiers kind of sort of glance at each other and then step back and allow the two of you to ascend the ramp. And while you're doing...
Three of us.
Well, no, because you're staying behind with Barra.
Oh, okay.
So Nisiana and Merime go by, and meanwhile Barra has you down the bottom of the ramp and says, all right, Alarian, what can I do for you?
without looking at the other two guards there, just fix my blinking on her face and say, we need to go somewhere else to speak, please.
And Bara nods and says, all right, or perhaps even better, turns to the two guards and says, all right, you're on relief. 10 minutes, be back here within 10. And the soldiers say, but Captain, we're supposed to stay here for the... I know what you were supposed to do. I'm giving you new instructions. What? Yes, but the general said, I speak for the voice of the general. I am a captain. You, on the other hand, are not a captain, and you've now used 1 minute of the time that I told you to get relief. And although Bara cannot raise an eyebrow, you get the impression that if Bara had the ability to create an expression, it would be a, like, and so they look at each other and then, yes, sir, ma'am. And then they kind of wander off, and kind of you can hear them arguing with each other about, something about who should have said what to whom if they only thought about it at the right time. And so Bara says, all right, what can I do for you, Valerian?
Well, it is hopefully what I can do for you, but I do need some information. I will try to be brief. The first thing I'm going to do is give her the download about everything that's happening in town. Militia, whist, etc., kind of update her. I preface this, no doubt you know some of it, but just sift out what you already know with what I found out.
And so Bara kind of takes that all in and says, that's good to hear about the jail. And yes, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to capture some of these people, some of these creatures. First priority is saving Salvation. But the second priority, Captain Aaronic and others have told me, is to make sure that we can at least try to find some information about where the Lord of Blades' place is himself, unless the Lord of Blades himself shows up, but I doubt it. I think he's going to send his army and see what it is they're able to do. As for the rest of it, Salvation is somewhat prepared, although who knows if they're prepared for this.
Tell me, Bara, have you ever faced a minion of the Lord of Blades before?
Once, and it wasn't something I'd care to repeat. They were fanatics, and especially against me. Kept yelling about me as a traitor to my own people, a willing slave, a machine, a cog in a machine.
Ironic, but yes, that is pretty much the same reaction I got when we encountered a squad of them in the, can't remember the name of the mall.
The Fireweave Bazaar, in case you're curious.
Thank you. Yes, which they would know, but I don't. Long ago. So I'm just keep that in mind that capture may not be possible, and these people's first duties have to be to protecting and defending themselves. It will not surprise me if we do not capture any of them in any kind of condition to be interrogated. So, as you know, I travel with a cleric and a Kalishtar, both of whom have access to, let's just say, information beyond, back and forth that her and I are ken. And both of them have had visions, one from the Kalishtar. I'm not really sure how she does it. I just take it as truth.
It's all cleric, however, it's all timey-wimey.
Yeah, exactly. Wibbly wobbly. Yeah, exactly. The cleric, however, is a cleric of Eberron. You know, Nisiana. And both of them have had elements of the same vision, which states that Big Mo is coming back in the battle.
Big Mo? In the
Colossus.
battle? As a functional item?
Well, it did get up and leave on its own power and maybe recognizance, didn't it?
Yes, but as far as anybody knew, the thing was barely functional for months. It's a long way to go from being able to get up and leave to coming back and being a machine of war.
Unless some genius artificer was able to retool it to make it such.
And Bara drops her voice and leans in and says, we have heard word about the possibility of an artificer working with the Lord of Blades. An artificer named Suring Moranin.
I don't know whether it's true. I don't know much about him except he's supposed to be really good. But we can't confirm these things. I don't know if it's true. And even if it is true, it may be that he's working under duress. We've had other people that were captured, as you know. You were instrumental in releasing some of those prisoners that you found.
It was difficult enough, but yes. Hold on, I need to check my notes real quick. But not really. Now, Suring is not related to Sky Blue, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, probably not.
Okay.
Suring Moranin was supposedly someone that knew her father, and Suring Moranin, of course, most importantly, was the
creator
person,
of
the Oracle of War.
That's what I have in my notes. The most important part. Okay.
Now, I want to keep in mind, by the way, that Bara has not mentioned anything about the Oracle of War because Bara has no idea that the Oracle of War exists. Or at least
I know.
hasn't talked
Oh,
about it, so.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware. We're keeping this on the track of someone able to fix Big Mo.
Okay, just noting everyone.
Yep. It's and then I give that some thought and say, right now, we are in the same camp regarding these rumors. At some point, assuming we survive this, it may be feasible that we may have to go after them, and try to get them. I do not know if that's going to be necessary for our group to do, but it seems that if we want to stop the Lord of Blades from increasing his ability to wage war on the rest of the land, that Suring would have to be recovered somehow. But that is a problem for another day. The other issue that vexes us, because it may involve dissension in your ranks, is there seems to be a good deal of antipathy towards your general. And I'm not talking about just the rank and file enlisted men and the usual sort of antipathy towards the officers, et cetera, et cetera. I'm talking about possibly action taken against him directly.
And Bara sort of pauses and then says, "You mean some sort of plot?"
Correct.
Do you have confirmation of this? Do you know any details about it?
2 of my people overheard a group of 4 soldiers talking. Now, granted, they did not mention any names, which was probably smart of them. So there is a bit of supposition in this. However, they said he would get what's coming to him. And then there's the matter of the disappearing soldier who was put in the stocks for 3 days after something against an accident against the general, some sort of perceived insult or slight or something, and he was put in the stocks for 3 days, went to the infirmary for dehydration, and apparently has disappeared.
Wait, hang on a second. Did you hear that from Rowan? Because that was what Rowan just heard.
Had he shared that with us yet or not?
I mean, I don't think he's even seen you, so I don't think you would know that part.
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, that sounds really familiar.
Okay, all right. I mean, speaking
Suddenly Rowan Kool-Aid Man's in. Oh yeah, like he's kind of.
That is true. He's not back with us yet. Yeah. Okay, never mind that. But the point is,
wrecking ball. Yeah.
The point is, these kinds of things typically tend to go up the chain of command, not down. So I wanted to tell you, in case you needed to look out for it, and I will describe the 4 men that Marame showed us in the illusion as best I can.
And nods, Bara nods thoughtfully, and says, "All right, I'll try to pass it on up the chain. General Tyresh is, as you said, controversial to say the least, and it wouldn't surprise me if some people were angry enough that they might defy orders, to take an extra step and actually plot against him." And she kind of shakes her head and then says, "But I can't eliminate any possibility, and I'm not doing my duty if I don't pass it on up the chain. I'll let Captain Aranik know, and I appreciate you letting me know about this."
People in desperate times may choose desperate measures. However, that did bring up one other point. Previously, when we were talking before getting the town ready for this onslaught, you had mentioned that you know how Tyresh achieved his generalcy. How did that happen?
It's not exactly something that we're supposed to talk about, especially with people outside of the usual military chain of command. And I'm not really sure what the value is of telling you what I've heard. I'm not sure that this is something you would need to know.
It informs me about the man himself and how he will command. I wouldn't ask if I didn't think it wasn't important.
Make a persuasion check for me, please.
Yeah, you and your damn persuasions.
That's right.
You got this.
If you were talking to me, I'd be like, sure.
Or
I'm horrifically offended that you would even ask me. But Bara just sort of, sort of shakes her head again and says, Alarian, depending on how things go, maybe this is something I can talk to you about after the battle, but before, I don't see how it helps, especially after you've just talked to me about this plot you mentioned. If there's already dissension among the ranks, the last thing I need to do is add to it. I can promise you that it doesn't really have anything to do with his current status, or at least his current ability to lead or not lead. It's, well, he's not the first one to reach his position in the way he has, I'll just say that.
Influence? Nepotism? Bribery? You have to give me something.
I have a promise to talk to you about this after the battle.
Very well.
Sorry.
You do what you must. So I turn to leave, then half turn back. Farah, just remember, if worse comes to worse, you are standing on the best weapon against the Colossus. And I don't mean its armament. Please keep that in mind. And I turn and head back to wherever we're going to meet the other two.
I would say that as you do that to go up the ramp to join them, that probably you might notice Bara kind of looking up at the Argonth. And then we cut to what will be the final interaction tonight as you are ushered in to the room. This is the bridge of the Argonth, and you've been here before. And right now, Merime and Nisiana, you arrive first. Captain Ironic is there and is looking down at something on the table, which appears to be a desk of some kind. Yeah, what's up, Nisiana?
Before we get there, I'm going to cast Detect Poison and Disease. It lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So that
Okay, makes sense. So you can see that they are looking down at this. That Ironic is looking down at this paper on a desk, and it's kind of hard to get a read on exactly. Okay, actually, you know what? Both you and Merime can make an insight check here.
Ooh,
to see if you can figure out what exactly he's doing. Something there.
Insight.
Okay, so I do it at advantage.
Okay.
I got a 19.
Okay.
Nice. You got this. I don't even need to look.
oh,
Wow.
Oh gosh, I can't even believe in you.
I
those
don't
of
believe
you-
in you.
for those of you listening at home, that was double twos for double eights.
The insight that you have is that it is no insight. Like really,
It's one of
just-
my best traits.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not
You
today.
put-
There's been a lot going on. You think about Halar, like.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about, potential attacks, so I'm keeping an eye on everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many balls in the air you're trying to juggle.
Whereas I have now decided that I am in the ER trauma.
Right, in the trauma mode.
Yeah.
So you look
Getting
around,
involved.
and Nisiana, you can see that unquestionably the expression that you get from Ironic is this kind of like bemusement, like, why am I looking at this, essentially. And behind him, with his arms folded, looking rather self-satisfied, is General Tyresh himself. And when you come in, the general is sort of there, and Ironic, who doesn't notice you immediately, says, "Yes, General, but I'm not quite sure how this applies." And General Tyresh said, "Well, I can understand why it might not be immediately apparent. You see," and he claps a hand on Ironic's shoulder,
You see, here, if you can see how I've placed these things, we're looking at not simply the defenses on the ground, but also the aerial defenses. What I've laid out here are the places where the Argonth should be able to reach with its ordnance. That's important to be able to get a sense of coverage and defense for the town. And Ironic sort of says, yes, but you've painted over much of the center of the town as being within range of the Argonth's ordnance. We can't, and we can't. He starts talking, and Tyresh says, "That's quite right. It's part of the whole picture." And Ironic says, "But we can't fire ordnance at the town, sir. That would be counterproductive to saving it." And the general sort of pauses, and he says, "I just wanted a range of possibilities, just a general sense, a broad, larger picture, the 10,000-foot view about," and then he sees the two of you and, "Yes, what is it?"
I'm very sorry to have interrupted this most important strategic meeting. However, I have had a divine message from my God to give to you that may affect your strategy.
I'm afraid that gods and visions cannot affect our strategy. There are so many gods and so many strategies, after all. It's appreciated, but I think that's the kind of thing that would be best suited after the battle, perhaps.
Oh, of course. I will always defer to you. I don't need to tell you about the Colossus or anything. However, as
Ironic, you don't need an insight check to see when you say Colossus. Ironic starts and the general is like with the very intensive, I'm supposed to be listening to this and making sense of it, type of look.
With being the daughter, the niece of Alara di Jarasco, the leader of House Jarasco, it is within my duty to uphold the house's reputation as the best healers around. And by the way, is he diseased? Is he poisoned? Is there anything that I can actually work with?
He's clearly diseased, but Nisiana, it seems quite entrenched, I guess is the way I would put it. It's a very deeply held disease. It may even be a disease that's reflective of something else, but it's a disease of some kind, yes.
Well, or a curse or something, but
connected maybe.
As a healer of my ability, I have certain senses, and I would be bereft in my duty if I did not deal with your malady before the battle, because you are the leader. Your malady must be dealt with first.
Wispy Song has inspired Nisiana. That seems appropriate, Wispy. Check you out.
Thank you, Wispy!
Thank you, Wispy.
Yay, Wispy!
And so there's a dead silence when you say your malady. And Ironic, perhaps this is something we might want to discuss at another time, Nisiana.
We can speak in private, but I would be bereft in my duty to king and country if I did not at least make this attempt.
Now there are a couple of aides around the behind, including one who may have a bucket sort of positioned behind them where you can't see it. And there's sort of
all of them, and I focus only on Tyresh. And then I lean forward and I just look at him and I say, "Please."
What and so the general has been trying to, because mouth has been working what is the meaning of this? What do you mean malady? That this is, I don't have time for this kind of insolence. What is this? What do you mean?
I am a healer of...
Yes, you've said that many times. So you're a healer. That has nothing to do with anything relating to me. I'm fine.
Poisoned.
And so I don't know if anyone's ever been in a room where the whole, the silence, there was a dead silence, and then the silence got deadly. And those aren't the same thing. The dead silence followed by, the room,
Actually, if you said disease rather than poison,
okay, that's fine, disease, but still the reaction is the same.
Have
yeah.
A thing that I can sense as a magical healer and can deal with.
Ironic, why exactly is this person in this room? And Ironic is like, Well, they are, of course, as your grace will remember, one of the ones that you assigned to various duties. Perhaps I have made an error then. I think perhaps that this person may have taken leave of her senses. You will instruct her to depart. And he kind of turns around, and the aides are, like, he doesn't turn around completely. He just sort of turns to the side. And the aides are sort of like, you know, like, we are now become pillars. We don't move at all. Like, you know, that kind of thing, right? And Ironic is kind of looking to you and then looking back to
There's no
General.
perception or anything or persuasion that I can make since I've been
I haven't
inspired.
gotten there yet. I haven't gotten there yet. Go ahead, Mermaid.
Can I do an insight check just to see? I'm curious, like, is he actually pretending he's not sick? Is he being proud, or is he...
Okay, I'll take an insight check for that. And incidentally, Alarian, you would be coming in just about now, I would say.
Oh, perfect.
What's up, Tintin? What?
Never mind.
Okay.
I'll probably just get double twos anyways. It doesn't
No,
matter.
it's
Oh, no.
23.
23.
So he pauses and he kind of thinks through, and you get the impression that there is some deep-seated... It might be described as anger, but it's definitely anger beyond just the normal, how dare you, insolent. This seems to have really touched a nerve. And you get the impression that there is a barely concealed or repressed, I guess, fury underneath the surface that he doesn't necessarily want to reveal because of the subject of that might be causing the fury. Like, you know, he's still in a room with a bunch of other people and he's trying to kind of keep it on the down low, let's say. By the way, from this distance, you can also, his cologne is overwhelming, incidentally. But yes, so clearly he's deeply stressed, I think it's fair to say, about something.
I'll relay that to Nisiana through our mind link.
Okay.
And just let her know.
Okay, so I've had 4 years of dealing with the recalcitrant and very arrogant officers in a medical ward. Can I think of something to say, using persuasion at advantage, to convince him to at least allow, to at least continue the conversation in a private room or heal, because I really think I need to heal him.
Give me your best line then. What would be the thing that you would say? We'll see whether that summons up a persuasion. What would you say to him to try to convince him, knowing that you are skating on the thinnest of ice?
I will also say soothing words to Nisiana to inspire her, so you have 1d8 of inspiration as well for whatever.
You got this. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know this.
Anything, but because I don't want to say something that would make him seem weak in front of his people.
That seems fair.
So what I will say is...
He's just a wee bit defensive.
It's true.
Even the strong of us needs some support. And those of us who all must rely upon the strongest of us know that. For what is this worth? My whole purpose of being is to help those who will protect those of us who cannot fight.
So he stares you down, and the aides are all like, you know, like slightly the portrait in the Haunted Mansion, just the eyes shift right, you know, like to look at each other. Mm-hmm. And Ronick is just silent. Now I will let you make that persuasion check, and you can do that at advantage.
And did I get an inspiration die from? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that inspiration, and I'm going to use the second inspiration because this is important to me because
seems like a big deal.
Hits on all of my bugaboos. Okay, so advantage.
And you can use the 1d8 after you roll. Like, it's up to you. You can.
Right.
Okay, we'll start with this.
Nice.
Nice.
24.
24.
You know what? I'm going to roll that 1d8 because this is important. This is important to me, and I think it's important to him, and I think it's important.
Nice.
So 29, and it's just
for a total
as
of
strong as
yeah, 29.
I was going to say 24 plus 29 for a total of 53. And
Right, exactly.
everyone's like, you should be saved, actually. You really... Somewhere his mother is like, oh, come on, Arthur, just do it. Anyway, so you say this, and again, he sort of stares you down, and then he says, all the rest of you get out. And Ronik's like, sir? He's like, you heard me. The rest of you get out. Everyone but this one right here. He points at Nisiana.
I'll ping her and say, I'll just be outside if you need me. You've got this, though. I'm very proud of you.
I like the idea that Ilarion is coming up at this point, and Ilarion, you like, everyone just like totally U-turns, and is just like floats out. Yeah.
I'll kind of grab him as I go.
I can read the room. Like,
okay. So the aides leave, and the one holding the bucket is kind of like until like, Teresh gives him a gaze that is the I will flay you alive with my vision if you don't depart right now. So he does. And then he's left, and he has his arms folded, and he's staring at you, and he's like, all right, what is it that you wish to know about this malady you claim that I have?
Well, what did I sense that that is a dysentery, but is very much more deeply entrenched than a normal type?
Correct. It seems like something which is not something which would pass of its own accord. It would not, it seems to strike without warning, and it is obviously deeply uncomfortable.
Is it something is it a poison? Can I tell if it's a poison? Like, is somebody poisoning his drink?
You
or
don't know without a further analysis of him. You don't sense poison. This reads like disease, but disease itself could theoretically be created by special kinds of poisons, or which he does not currently have in his system, but or could be something which might have been created by some kind of curse.
I just want to point out
I have removed curse too. So
yeah, Wispy, I saw just inspired, and I'm not going to give you... so that you can do that, Wispy. The inspire that was just used by Nisiana, that was used that up. Now you did the Arvanaut inspirations. You redeemed that using your 50,000 points. That's all good. So Wispy has now inspired you a second time. So good stuff, Wispy. This is very much the Wispy Inspire Nisiana show at the moment.
Thank you. Okay. And just so you know, when I left and I talked to Nisiana, I gave her 1d8 of inspiration again.
Okay.
So it was another.
I don't think you can keep doing that telepathically when you're outside the room, can you? I don't know. I'm not sure if you can or not. It lasts
for 10 minutes when I give it to her.
Right, but if she uses it, you couldn't, I don't think you could rejuvenate it from a distance like that. Yeah, I don't know.
But that's why she did it as she was leaving.
No, I get that. I'm just saying that this is a one-time use thing. Like, you're not going to be able to be like, sneak back in. Just checking how you're doing.
Cool, yeah.
Guess what? Type of thing.
Yeah, I believe in you.
Okay. All right.
From my sense, this disease that you currently have, which should pass in a normal sense, is more deeply entrenched. It feels as if either you are regularly poisoned or you have been cursed. And this is something, whether either of those are true, I can relieve you of the symptoms for at least a little while. And if I can figure out if it is a curse versus someone is poisoning you, which I'm not saying is happening, because I have not had time to investigate this, but it is so important to me that the person who is in charge of salvation and saving salvation, that I heal you. And if there's anything you know about it, anything at all, by the grace of Eberron, I will remove it, remove the curse or disease from you.
And he kind of sort of lets out an exasperated sigh, and he says, don't you think that I haven't tried to heal this since I was back in Sharn, in a civilized city, and not here on the edge of wherever this is? Don't you think I've tried to have multiple doctors and clerics and others from your own house, the House Jarasco, look into this malady? And you think you will by yourself solve this because of your vision, as you call it?
I have faith, whether you have faith or not. And Eberron has faith in you. Otherwise, I would not have had this vision. If it is even temporary, that much we need to help you with. But give me the chance to do my duty to kingdom and king and country.
What do you need to do?
It will involve me doing healing magic on you.
Okay, now, this is going to be a bit of a difficult call for you, Nisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need you to make one more persuasion check to see if he'll permit this. And then you're going to be making a healing check, medicine check, basically using some healing magic, etc. And we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
But you are basically asking to heal the general of the Brailish forces at the border. You know, you're asking a lot. So
I know I'm asking a lot.
So you're going to need to do another persuasion check, which you have been inspired for, both
which
by Wispy and by Merime.
I will be doing at least Wispy's inspiration. We'll see if I need the 20, but
you got this.
I'm trying very hard to get this. Okay, a minute. Okay, persuasion. It's trying. It's okay. I have a 17.
He's very stubborn.
He is. Okay, I will use the D8 because I'm really good at healing. And I have advantage on healing anyway, but okay, D8. Okay, 23. And I convinced him that
So he says, all right, if it won't take long, get on with it.
Okay. So what is the thing you want me to do?
If you have a particular kind of magic that you're thinking of using, a particular magic spell, you can use that. If not, then we're talking a medicine check.
Okay, well, I have an herbalism kit that allows me to also do medicine rolls at advantage to basically diagnose. So I'd like to do that first.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is determine.
Let me stop you there though. I don't think you're going to be able to diagnose this any further than you have. This thing already is clearly an entrenched disease. So now it's about how you treat symptomatically, I guess, the way that looks.
It's like, do I think it's a disease or do I think it's a curse?
That is a guess.
Okay.
It's definitely entrenched in such a way that one of your theories, he's been gradually poisoned or he's been cursed, is probably right.
Okay. Well then. It sounds like greater restoration.
That might be possible.
Yeah.
That would take care of the disease, but not a curse.
Right.
Can you do both?
Can
you?
I can. Oh wait, I can. I can do both. I can do remove curse and I can do greater restoration. So he would feel better immediately and maybe be cured.
Time to double stack this together. So you're going to greater restoration and what else?
Remove curse, because that is. Let's see. Remove curse. Do I have a? I'm stacking. I don't have. I'm sure I have that. Yeah, greater restoration and remove curse. One is an action, and the other is instantaneously. And oh wait, I could also do it. Can I do a divination? Hold on.
Just use all of your magic right there, right then.
Yeah.
I'm in. I think that makes sense.
Truthful reply. Okay. You know what?
What order are you doing this in? Are you doing remove curse first and then greater restoration?
Yeah, that is what my intent is going to be.
Okay.
We'll start with that. Remove curse, greater restoration, and then later I'm going to do divination if one of those didn't work.
Okay. So he's looking impatient.
Okay.
So.
Greater restoration. I pause and I say, "May I touch your hand?"
Go ahead.
So, as I gather the power, my dragon mark begins to shine, and the dragons start coming around me. I reach out and I touch his hand. For the remove curse, what do I have to do for that?
Okay.
Lost it again. Too many spells. Okay. Do I have to? At your touch, all curses affecting one creature, object, end. If the object is a cursed magic item, the curse remains, but the spell breaks its owner's attunement to the object, so that it can be removed or discarded.
Okay.
So
you do that.
Do that.
Okay. Don't see anything yet. He sort of looks, is looking at you.
And since I'm also in, now this is the actual thing that needs the touch. Greater restoration.
Yep. They both do. Remove curse requires touch also.
And yeah, like basically in one hand I pulled out like the diamond dust and stuff that is necessary.
Yep.
And I reduce exhaustion. I end an effect.
You've done one of the following effects. You can reduce the exhaustion or end one of the following effects on the target. Charm or petrification, one curse. Any reduction to one of the target's ability scores, one effect reducing the target's hit point maximum. Now, important to note that none of this affects a disease per se.
And then I can finish up with a cure mass wounds, or a cure, wait, what is it? The final actual healing.
You have cure disease?
Yeah, I'm sure I have cure disease. I'm just not finding it immediately because I have a lot of spells. I just have to...
He looks at you impatiently, foot tapping.
Sorry, Jennifer's having problems.
No, I'm not. The DM is not doing that. He's doing that.
Well, basically, he's just being surrounded by dragons right now, and it is literally short.
Okay.
All right, so I have to find if it's a... Where's my remove disease?
It would be...
Cure disease.
Yeah, it'd be cure disease.
Maybe not. I'm literally... Why am I not getting any D&D 5th edition? Okay. I'm not finding anything for remove disease or okay. Why am I not finding this? Remove curse, vitality. All right, I'll just look for disease.
I have it. No, I have it. So, oddity, I have it. There's an oddity of this. Lesser restoration. Yeah, Drew has it. Lesser restoration cures disease. Greater restoration does not expand it. It does something additional to it. So in other words, greater restoration doesn't encompass it all. Lesser restoration deals with blinding, deafening, paralysis, poison, or ending a disease or a condition afflicting it. Whereas greater restoration does things like petrification, curses, things which are considered to be more powerful than that.
Okay, well then I start with lesser restoration.
Then greater restoration.
Then greater. Remove
and then
curse.
Reverse curse. Okay. So when you do all of those things, once you've added them all, please mark those all off. These are all like fifth level. A lot of these are like 5th level abjurations.
Well,
this is like
lesser
some hardcore stuff.
Third.
Lesser's third. Greater, I think, is 5th. I think.
Greater is 5th.
Yep. And then remove curse is
Is 3rd.
Third. Okay.
Okay.
So just make sure you mark those slots that way. So when
Are you
do
telling
this,
me we're going to fight before I get to sleep again?
there's a moment of there's a moment's pause, and he looks at you and he says, "Well," and he kind of looks a little confused, and he says, "Well, what exactly have you done?" And then you hear from a distance, it is the marching sound of feet, and with the general looking at you, vaguely bewildered, and the sound of marching feet coming from outside. We're going to bring this session to a close.
Oh,
Oh, jeez. Can I at least... I have my detect disease and poison still up. Is he at least cured?
The symptoms seem to have been cured. You don't know what the long-term effects are quite yet, but the symptoms seem to be cured for the moment.
If he cured him of his dysentery and we still lose this fight, will he still be pleased?
Damn it! Exactly right.
Basically, maybe I've given him the release that nobody has ever thought to stack like that, because
yeah, I mean that's
spells.
exactly. And Wispy, you got an assist there because the inspirations, you're just like pumping the inspirations into them, along with Maramaze, obviously was helpful too.
Thank you, Wispy.
But the next session, the assault will be upon us, and we will see what happens with this general. One note to the players, by the way, which is when we begin the session with the assault, we will need to think about where you're going to position yourself in town, and whether that is the 5 of you collectively, or whether that is we're going to split the party again, or what it is, where you're going to position yourself. So we will talk about that when we get there. So I will start, but first of all, good stuff from everybody. There was some lovely role play. I do feel bad that I will say that Rowan was not as heavily into this because of the nature of where the role play was. So I'm sorry about that, but there will be lots of stuff coming up soon. So sorry, Brandon, because I know you didn't have a lot. I didn't have a lot to go to you directly because you were doing other things. They were doing other things, but
respectfully, given the nature of Rowan Shallow, there would not be a lot for me to do. Regardless.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. That's true. But this was lovely, though. I actually, there were some really good moments, some funny moments, and some poignant moments, actually, some strikingly poignant moments, which I really liked too. John, I will start with you. I really love the idea that Alarion set up a lot of these balls in motion with people like Whist and all of that, and I found that some of them have delivered, and then there are some mysteries that remain about Zodor Tarev, and it may have something to do with what the hell happened to the Colossus that walked out. Oh, quick note, that tramping sounded like the tramping of many feet, not the tramping of the big Colossus.
Two big feet.
But I just want to be clear about that.
Thank
it's
you.
Many feet.
But don't worry, Arp says that'll come later.
Yeah, exactly. And then behind them, click, 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 click. Yeah. No, the Colossus, the whole Colossus thing may have thrown Zodor off, so who knows? But I really love the idea that Alarion sets some of those balls into motion, and now has to see which bets pay off, I guess we might say, in terms of the way that things are being delivered. So I thought that was really interesting to watch. And then beyond that, there is this question about, along with the rest of the party, how you're going to figure out to do in terms of what to do with this vision. I think everybody respects both Nisiana's connection with her god and with Maramaze's Kalashtar, innate skill and the ability to go to the dream. But it also means that you're all like, okay, we believe you. What the hell do we do now? And there was a little bit of that I think Alarion was also trying to figure out on the fly tactically. And so, all of this with the general's sort of looming incompetent presence, all sort of sitting there in the background. Also liked to hear some of the discussion with Bara as well for similar reasons. That's another one of those balls in the air that you started going, and now we have to see whether you can catch them all as they fall. How did you feel about today's session, John? Where will the fine folks see you next?
So, as I recall, didn't I install Whist as a sheriff back when we were like level 2 or something like
probably,
that?
yeah, maybe, yeah.
So
it's been a while.
It's been delightful to see that kind of stuff, threads that were planted so long ago actually come to hopeful fruition.
Yep.
And not just, Whist died in a back alley accident or something, so now you got someone new to break it or anything like that. So no, that's been really delightful to see, Art, as you've played that along. And it's, to be fair, it's why Alarion has kept that relationship going, because they had a feeling it would be important, and that if they put their trust in this person, it would be repaid. And so far it has been, and Wist has been one of their better success stories. So yeah, but I just love that's actually come back after so long, 12 months or a year ago. And it's like, hey, they're still here and they're still doing the job. And it's like, oh, thank goodness. So that was a lot of fun. And yes, the Bara, I'm hoping my last statement to her, she took it in exactly the nature, the way I intended her to take it, because that may be the failsafe, or that may be the last ditch, whatever you call it, effort that we need to save the town. So who knows? And then third, conveniently, I'm actually in the best place I want to be to see what we're facing, because that is absolutely going to impact what Alarion's actions are going to be immediately before the army reaches the town. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay.
So
Alarion's not going to run up to the thing and like, take this, you fools, and immediately crash it into salvation. Like, just
no.
Okay.
He trusts, or I should say, I trust Bara to do the best she can. I trust the captain above her also. Both of them seem like very competent individuals, that they will be able to at least start the defense. That is, as I said, if worst comes to worst, that's very clear. If worst comes to worst, that is when the Argov should be used in whatever way is feasible. But no, it's up to her to take that and decide that this is what we should do, and I can't make her do that. It just depends on how it's going to go. So, but there's one more, to borrow a Rowan Shallow term, ace up our sleeve, that it may be Alarion dealing. We'll have to see. So until next time. Yes, I'm John Helvers. I will be at Gen Con in Indianapolis, along with Jen and Arv and Brendan. And I hope to see folks there too. It'd be great to see everyone. So if everyone's going to make it, swing on by. I'll be at the Catalyst booth, which will be in the dealer's room. Otherwise, wandering the halls and probably sitting down with these great people and chatting at least one evening, maybe more. We will see. And yeah, it should be fun. And counting the days until the next session, so we can actually get this battle started.
It's gonna be good. Now I feel good about. We're in a good position where we set everything up in the right way. It should be quite a fun session, I think, for that assault.
Yes.
Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. Moving right on up, Jennifer, obviously very eventful session for Nisiana. The build-up with Teresh. Obviously, we had the Eberron dream and the legend lore thing, which I think had a couple of dun-dun-dun moments about like who the actual Lord of Blades could be, because it tied into, they're all a bunch of, you're like, oh crap, it could be the bodyguard. Oh, it's that guy? Like the whole thing with Tantan. And that, of course, led to this very poignant moment, which I'll ask Tren's part of it, but from your point of view, I thought that was all very lovely. The idea that you were sort of like, so here's this revered figure who did this thing that was like obviously very personally affecting for Tantan. And that also would be something else if it turns out that what he did was basically transfer his consciousness into this. Really, all three of those things are kind of big moments, but in particular, the whole bulwark thing and theoretically the Arnin, Decaneth transferring his consciousness, those are big deals and have direct resonances with people in the party. So there's things that you would have to kind of process about all that if that comes through. So there was a lot of information gathering and, of course, working with General Teresh too. So there was a lot of stuff you had to think about. And also maybe other conversations with party members that you're going to have down the line. So there's a lot to ponder, it seems to me, about how for Nisiana, about how things went today. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I will have to say, whoever wrote Eberron, was that Keith?
Keith Baker, yeah.
Did not make it easy to try to help General Teresh. He is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, well, this particular adventure is not, I should rephrase, that was not written by Keith Baker, but yeah.
They did not make it easy.
No.
However, I'm playing a healer. With Mia Tanton, the thing that she has not quite understand, she doesn't actually know, she hasn't twigged to the fact that he's mourning the loss of Seer yet. Right now, she is, because of who she is, she's like, oh, did he have some sort of relationship with Aaron? well, that's kind of interesting, but I'm not going to press too deeply on that. But the fact that he showed such emotion actually gave her hope. Because with the whole thing with the spirits and not showing them emotion and stuff, she was starting to wonder, was he losing his humanity? And clearly he isn't. He just channels it differently, which was a very nice thing for her to see. So maybe he's not too far up on her list right now.
I like that when someone gets marked off your list, you're like, okay, good. I don't have to worry about, wait a minute, Rowan. And like immediately like, I'm right next. And like Rowan comes in.
Well, you see with Rowan, I don't actually know he did anything. So
No,
I don't know. I have to have a conversation with him.
Fair enough.
In the back of my mind, I need to talk to Rowan for some reason. I very much enjoyed tonight's thing, especially if I can get Nisiana into the I'm doing medical stuff. I'm in a trauma ward. I'm a healer. That's what I can do. She gets very confident then. Outside of it, not so much. But I'm a little scared about what's going to happen next because I took a tally of I've still got a number of spells and I have a ring left. So we're okay so far.
We're fine.
Yeah, and I will be at Gen Con, and I will be seeing you and Brandon and John. And for those of you waiting for my next Shadowrun novella, I actually have a release date. It will be August 22nd, the Kilimanjaro run. I'm very, very pleased. It's going through the final proofs now. And hopefully we'll have a game before the next release. I'll show the cover. John was talking about if everything falls in line, we'll have a pre-order up. So
nice.
Links. Otherwise, I'm very excited about the next part. Scared, but very excited.
This is good stuff. Thank you, Jen. Good work today. Brandon, again, as I mentioned, Rowan had, was because of the situation and what had been set up last time, did not have as much directly to which he was attending. However, I would say that the moments that we had in the middle where Rowan is having to deal with here's from the soldiers. I loved the idea, and it surprised me. I didn't actually expect that this was going to be the way you were going to go, that you were basically sort of giving them kind of a pep talk of sorts. And it continues to really, I think one of the great enjoyments for me watching you play, Rowan, is the fact that there is this deep core where I'm not 100% sure I know all the time what Rowan's motivations generally are, except that even as a con man or whatever, they continue to surprise me that there's kind of a basic humanity below that sort of underpins a lot of this stuff. Like I get sort of the fugitive vibe. Like I don't want to be caught, and I want to pay off my debts and have people get off my back, but like, yeah, this kid's having a heart attack, fine. All right, yeah, I'm going to heal him. And then go on to whatever you're doing. Like, I had this sense of that you were doing that with these soldiers. And then I particularly loved that you did that. Good role play moments, got some information. You're walking away. You get the voice from the alley and you're like, what the you're just kind of like, you're like, dude, like, I don't want to, that cracked me up a little bit because you're kind of like, I've done this problem. Now I get to go back to, oh God, So there's a lot more of that to open up about Rowan, which I'm going to be fascinated by. And of course, we'll see Rowan again operate in combat. But that I thought was really interesting. This vignette that I wasn't sure where you were going to go with it. And you went, I think, in this interesting direction of sort of pumping up the soldiers in this case, which I thought was an interesting take on it. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I actually like the session a lot. I like the idea that while everybody else was being busy and having concerns and thoughts and very deep conversations, Rowan just spent the evening just kind of looking at salvation. Because the way that I was playing that moment was just like the last time something like this happened in Salvation, this might be the last time I see any of these people or things.
Yeah.
Might as well actually take it in for a moment. But also, like, as to the idea that sometimes you have no idea what my motivations are, sometimes I don't.
And I don't mean that in a sort of you're winging it. I just mean that, like, you know,
Oh,
I
no,
like
yeah.
there's clearly stuff there. I'm loving seeing how it develops, I guess, how it's
Like,
revealed.
a lot of it, I mean, this is not the entirety of the character, but when you were saying that, you reminded me of a show that I don't think anybody else has seen, but every once in a while it just kind of pops back in my brain as a thing that I kind of attach vestigially to Rowan. There was a show that aired on NBC in the late 90s called The Pretender.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
The Pretender.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I do know that show.
Love that show.
Yeah, and I like there is a thing up there. There is like a part of Jared in that show that I attach to the most, which is you go to a place and you see somebody else going through something else and go, I'm gonna do the very least that is necessary to resolve the situation and leave before anybody asks me why I care.
Yep.
Love it.
Yeah, and that was kind of what I was doing in that moment, that I know these, like, I don't know who their friend is, I don't know what happened to him, I just know that a thing did, and I just want to tell them, here's what, tonight we might die, but if we don't die, tomorrow you're going to do the right thing, and you're going to do it because a stranger told you to, and if anybody asks me, I'll deny it.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot. I like being in, like, the thing that I like about Rowan is I do, like, Rowan does care about things, but that's not your business.
Yeah. Like, I don't have to tell you why I did that. Like, I just did it.
Yeah.
That was the thing about The Fugitive. Like, when the television series was going on, it was really kind of like problem of the week, right? And another example of this is The Incredible Hulk, the TV show, where, like, he goes in, he solves a problem, and then we get the, when he's walking down the highway, and, like, but every time it's like he can't resist helping people, and the overall arc is got to keep moving or whatever, right? So, and he's not going to be like, the reason I helped you is I'm trying to find redemption through blah, like, he doesn't get into it. He's just like, here. So I love that because, again, there's this constant sort of what Stephen Greenblatt in Shakespeare calls strategic opacity, which is why is Iago doing what he does to Othello. Here I think it's reversed. Why exactly is Rowan doing this? And you're like, oh no, he just was actually giving those dudes a pep talk, actually, is what was happening there. And you're like, why is that? And you're like, whatever, I don't have to tell you. Like it goes to something else. So I love that. Yeah. You were also thinking of the Hulk TV show, Drew? Yeah. Anyway, so. Yeah,
so next session, I guess we all die a bloody death. Because the last time we had to fight several Warforged, we left. We fled in a hurry. So having no choice now, we'll see how that goes.
Significant details.
And it should be noted, Brandon, that once you've got your VPN set up, that The Pretender, all 4 seasons are available on Amazon Prime.
Ooh.
If I go to Amazon Prime Video right now and it says not available, I'm gonna.
That's why.
Come on, Amazon Prime, get this stuff down available in Trinidad. Why are you? Come on, man.
I feel your pain. In Canada, we have the same problem.
What? Why would you not make it? Okay, seriously,
sometimes Canada does not count as North America, and it makes no sense to me.
It's the States and Canada up there.
It's
frozen.
northern.
This is just a floating piece of ice.
Right?
But yes.
With penguins.
So apparently we don't like temperate climates or colder climates. Like we don't like any climates apparently, except the U.S. climate. Is that the idea?
No, we don't like ours either. That's why we're destroying.
That's fair enough. Yeah. Well, I meant the corporate masters.
Because it was fire. Fire. Yes.
But yes. As for me, Brandon O'Brien, the next time you will see me is here again tomorrow. The Strange Friends are going to be playing a game of Fight with the Spirit, which is perhaps one of my favorite new RPGs to play by Story Brewers. It is a sports RPG. So if you want to see a lot of teenagers play a sport we haven't decided yet and have a lot of feelings about said sport, please pass by the stream this time tomorrow. With the Strange Friends, sadly minus our good friend Iori Kusano, who is under the weather, but please pray for them. But yeah, we're gonna have a grand old time. And then on Monday, I'll be playing over at the initiative order. I will be playing in yet another session of Arcanites, a Power Rangers actual play.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to see me play the Pink Arcanite Ranger, recovering from going to a poetry performance, learning that the host of that poetry performance is the King of the Elves, being granted a Zord by said King of the Elves, and then almost getting in another fight. Definitely check that out on Monday. And as with many other people who are here tonight, I will be at Gen Con. If you are going to be at Gen Con, I'd like to see you there. And if you're not going to be at Gen Con, you should change your mind. You have 8 days to do so.
You have 8 days to do it. He's been continuing to beat that drum. Also, was Fight with Spirit the game that you played with Valerie?
It is.
Okay. And it was fencing, I think, is the one that you chose or something, right?
Yeah.
Was the one? Okay.
Because there is a 2-player variant, so we decided to play a kind of a virtual fencing thing. But since we're going to have most of the Strange Friends team, I wanted to do a team game because it's also... the game is specifically designed for players to play a team that is competing against another team that is run by the GM, and that's going to be a lot of fun to figure out as well.
I cannot wait to see some of that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Brandon. And of course, you should get Brandon's poetry collection, Can You Sign My Tentacle? You should also be ready for the Greyshade TTRPG. Brandon and myself and Emily and Chris from Athos Arts, and also the folks at Studio 2 Publishing, and Eric and Rich and Chris from Alligator Alley. We will all have copies of a Greyshade, I would call it a preview pamphlet of the TTRPG, which has some of the things that Brandon has worked out in terms of mechanical design and stuff like that. This game is going to be amazing, y'all. I cannot wait to see this actually played out. It's going to be great. I cannot wait. So, yes, you should definitely support all the things from Brandon. And thank you, my friend. Good stuff tonight. Moving right up to Marie. Marie, very eventful session, quite obviously, for Merime as well. I love the discussion with Hilar, where you got to get the sort of revelation about, like, oh, crap, this is who Bulwark was. And you got to hear a little bit about the anti-Warforged bigotry and about Hilar's feelings about that, which are obviously not positive about, you know, the bigotry that existed. You also got to have a little bit of wait, really? What about what I do? What I say?
You in chat, you said the guy who runs the Klein is the one who basically came up with the idea for the Hell TV show.
Lawrence from the Klein, Lawrence Queso, is an Emmy-winning TV producer who used to run like CBS Daytime and did all like this like soap operas and stuff like that, and was one of the people that was because they asked him a bunch of stuff about how do we deal with competition, and they kind of looked at comic books and he suggested the Hulk. So he's really the guy that kind of came up with that idea. He's a very, very good producer, and it's been cool. It was cool to work with him at the Klein. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, big session for Merime today. With the stuff that we had with Hilar, obviously the inspirations that came through, and of course the processing of the dream, sort of figuring out, explaining, and that kind of became the underpinning for a lot of what the rest of the characters were doing today, because they were all trying to figure out how to interpret your dream in such a way. They're like, well, what does that mean? What do we do about the Colossus? What do we do about this? What do we do about that? The fact that you threw in at the end, you're like, oh, by the way, the Colossus might be coming back and attacking Salvation. Just wanted to let you know that.
Just FYI.
Just an FYI. That was really funny. And I think what I like about that is that it's deepened, I think, as we wanted to do, the connection to, despite Merime's concerns about some of it, the connection to her Kalashtar heritage and everyone's respect for that, because everyone's just like, well, maybe this is something we have to pay attention to. And again, it was like, well, then what the hell do we do with it? Like, what does that mean? How do we approach it? And part of that is up to Merime's interpretation, but part of it is just the way that Merime is going to have to, how to take the visions. There's two parts to it: having the vision and interpreting the vision, and the idea about, like, what about Sky Blue and how is that affected? And so there was a lot of that I thought was really interesting about the dream interpretation, how that played out with others, and it affected how the conversation went with Hilar, and how, like, all of these things at some level were affected by the dream and your interpretation of same. And so I thought that was a very cool kind of thematic underpinning, I think, of the entire episode. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun today, and I enjoyed watching everyone's role play too. So thank you to all the players as well. It was just a hoot to watch. But yeah, it was interesting to see how Mérimée is kind of, because she's always avoided her Kalishtar heritage, especially to dreams, because she wants to stay grounded. She wants to, but things are becoming desperate enough, and she's becoming worried enough that it was worth trying to connect with the dreams. And now, depending on how they guided us, her either for a correct way or incorrectly, like that we won't know until events have come to pass, then that will definitely inform how she works with them
Yeah.
in the future, which is interesting too, because for a Kalishtar, the more she tries to tap into her dreams, and does she get more lost? Does she become more an agent of the Corey as opposed to one of the king?
Right.
Like, there's a lot of questions there that will happen with how Mérimée will kind of work around that. So that's going to be fun to see. Maybe she'll just stab more things.
It's true. Maybe like more stabbing to compensate for the dreams. Like, whatever, I'm
Right?
not dealing with dreams. Stab. You know, like.
Ow, Hilarious. Just with this like 50-point armor. Just
you know, this wasn't meant like you're a safe space, all right, Illyrian? Stab.
Yeah, I feel very comfortable with you.
Could you please do something else? Okay, flourish.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, like, stop Bruce Leeing me. Jesus, stop.
Shatter!
Yeah, exactly.
Ow!
Wow, it's too bad about that armor, cause triple damage. No.
No.
So yeah, so thank you. It was a lot of fun. I also enjoy how you thought that we would somehow go quickly through the RP.
Yeah, why did I even bother? I mean, the truth is too, I love the role play. I just want to make sure that everyone is balanced and feels, you know. But we're hitting the assault by day 5 of the session, and that's not bad, because a lot of it, of course, is also you're dealing with threads that have been built up through 8 previous parts. So like, I'm not, you know, At a certain point, I was like, whatever. It's good role play. The hell with it. You know, so.
Yeah, we were having fun, so thank you. And I loved everyone's role play quite a bit. So and yours, of course, as well, as always. So next you can find me here at the next Eberron. I'm no longer going to Gen Con. I tried to get them to cancel the whole thing, but they wouldn't.
You know, they don't listen to Canadians, Marie. I don't know. They don't give you Amazon Prime, and they don't listen to you about whether we should.
I know. It's terrible. Thank you. I will miss you all too. I'm very sad about that, but there are many fun things to look forward to, like the next Eberron session. So I look forward to that.
I'm very excited about that. You know, Marie, I have to see if I can, if I might be able to convince you, if let's say a certain convention organizer were to arrange the possibility of a live and in-person Eberron D&D event at a certain convention being held in October. You know, it just struck me that there may be a couple of people who will be in attendance at this that may have some association with this campaign. I don't know. You know, it's just something you can maybe dream about. You know, I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it could be fun. We could talk about possibilities.
Mm-hmm. I just put it out there, not to put you under pressure, just to throw it out for chat to be really interested in whatever we're talking about. Anyway, always a pleasure, Marie. Thank you.
Thank you. This was fun.
And best wishes on everything too, as you know.
Thank you.
Bottom left of the ziggurat, finally, Tren. That moment with Jen, you know, the two of you really played that well, and I was again. It's one of those, like, just as I was surprised by like how Rowan handled the soldiers, in this way I'm like, oh wow, like the effect of the whole, like, guess what? It's like the best artificer of all time from House Kenneth, but that's not only the, oh, we lost this person, but just like the loss, you know. I was thinking today about the loss of the Library of Alexandria. Those of you who are history buffs will know that, in fact, there was not a great fire that burned down all of the Library of Alexandria. It burned down part of the library, or a little bit of the library, and the rest of it just sort of decayed over time.
It burned down like 4 times.
It burned down like 4 times, exactly. But the point is the loss of knowledge, right? The loss of the culture that underpins what we are as human. That's really powerful, and especially for you, there's a personal connection for Tanton to Seer, and I think that's something that gets lost. You're like, oh yeah, that was this big event that happened that like affected all the countries, but like it was, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of people died and were forever changed and manipulated and twisted and you know, altered, and so I thought it was really poignant to see Tanton's reaction to it, and I agree with Jen that it also gave another side of Tanton, which was important, which is that Tanton is not just a cold, you know, I work at what I work at, you know, Tanton believes what he believes about the things that he works with, but this was a human effect. You know what I mean? This was a human effect, a human thing that really had an impact on Tanton, and that was really surprising to me. And then there was some stuff behind the scenes that I can't talk about in terms of plans, which are going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see those bear fruit. But that really struck me, that whole connection of role play. What did you think about today, Trent, and how did when will the fine people see next?
For me, when during the whole legend lore aspect of it, and when you were telling Jen what all the aspects of the thing were, and I was like, uh-oh, and I immediately jumped to the Eberron wiki, and I was like, wait a minute, and that was where I found out that Merrick's is Aaron's father, and I'm like, yep. And I was like,
almost like it's part of the plan.
I need to work this in here somehow. Hang on, okay, and I was like, oh man, I'm just frantically scanning through the thing, going, okay. I need that. How do I weave these together? Got it. Okay. Yeah. And she's like, Tanton, and then say Aaron, and just boom. Oh, and I was just like, okay, how hard do I turn on the waterworks right here? No, she didn't mention Seer. All right, yeah. All right, so it'll be fine. And it was just, I love moments like that. It's so much fun. With all the various bits and pieces, I was like, if she brings up Bulwark, which I think the funniest thing for me is the fact that she mentions Aaron and his potential transference of consciousness. Right. None of the other two things. She didn't mention either of them to him. We were so focused on that thing. The rest of the legend lore, not even discussed. And I was like, wait, were we going to talk about that? Whatever.
Right, and then ended up being that Bulwark, so Bulwark we handle with Merimée and Halar. Yeah, so there's going to be these competing theories, right, about what could actually be. And all of them would be like, oh, snap. Like, that's a big deal regardless. Yeah. So,
yeah. And the idea when Nisiana was like, if you had transferred yourself, would you do this? And I mean, Tanton is immediately like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, these would be my people. These would be people trying to take my creations that I've made, living beings, and trying to turn them into these horrible things. You're damn right I'd do what I could to protect them.
Little shiver moment for me is when she asked you beyond that, when she was like, could he do this? And you're like, oh yeah. Like, he could absolutely do. He's like, he was the best one. And you're like, well, crap, that's terrible news.
Well, it's like when people talk about when they see constructs that are like running cranks and machines and that don't have any life to them. They're animate, but they're not living.
Right.
And it's because they are entirely metal.
Right.
It was Aaron who decided to start weaving in the wood and the organic stuff, and that's what gave them life, the independence, the sense of the life spark, as it were.
Yep.
And I was like,
and complicated the hell out of it. Yeah, absolutely. And complicated the hell out of it. It actually reminded me, I didn't mention this, but also, Marie, when Merimée hears from Halar that like there may have been this thing called the Fourth Protocol, which would shut down all of Warforged, and you're like, well, that's wonderful. Like that solves the Lord of Blades problem and also annihilates the other Warforged. Like, that's not a good thing either. So it can't do that. But like, so that organic element that you talked about just now, Trent, that's a big thing that, damn it, they were just machines, but now they're not machines anymore, and that's so yeah.
And I know Merimée wouldn't allow the genocide. I mean,
couldn't with the elementals. If you're going to do that with the elementals, you can't turn around and then do that. But you can see this sort of like, well, if it's the only way, like, no, it's not the only way. There's got to be a third way.
There's always another way.
The third way. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yep.
There's always a third protocol, okay? There always is.
Well, the fifth protocol, not the fifth protocol.
Can we lose the current third protocol and just move the fourth protocol down?
I love so much that all of you are just like, oh, we remember the third protocol.
Well, I didn't never shut up about it. Of course we remember it.
I know. In the Shire Adventures campaign, at one point they're trying to get rid of this owl, and so I kept doing this. Whoo, right? Trent is a whoo, and like so that became the big thing that was like the owl, and so this is like the third protocol. So anyway, yeah. Sorry, Trent, on you go.
Yeah, that's okay. There's going to be lots more fun next month when we come back for more of this, and that's the next place you're going to see me is either here for Shire Adventures or here for this.
Good stuff, Trent. And you should always be checking out, of course, Trent's various Audible projects
I am.
and audio
Oh, not
books.
me, them. Okay.
Yes, including Gray Shade, the amazing audiobook done by the amazing Trent Sparks. So you should check that out as well. Yes. Oh, man. I love it. Also, you all don't realize that at least once or twice a session, Trent drops a Gray Shade reference, and I'm just like, ah. And I don't know whether anyone else knows it, but once all of you read the books, you'll all know the references there. So I'm a big fan.
It's like earlier you were talking to Rowan about something. It's like, and there's rumors, and I'm like, no, he's dead. I almost said it.
I wondered if no, he's dead. Zed's dead, man.
Spoilers.
Anyway,
Stop giving spoilers.
That's true. No spoilers.
Everybody dies. It's not a spoiler.
Great stuff tonight. Also good work from chat, which we had a solid turnout tonight too. So can we get some love, chat, for the amazing players of Infinity and Beyond? Thank you so much to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to Brandon, to Brandon O'Brien, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers, and Brandon, Jen, and John. I will see you folks all at Gen Con in about 11, 12-ish days-ish. Something like that. Great work, everybody, and I'll see you folks soon.
Night, everybody.
Bye for now. All right. Good stuff, everybody. And yeah. Oh, man. I love D&D so much. I love D&D. And I love tabletop role-playing games in general. They're just like... There's so much to them. Like I just love the richness of it, I think is the way I would describe it. It's just such a good time. And I am really glad that I'm blessed to have, as I say, wonderful players in all my campaigns who bring all of that to life. And it's great to be able to see. So now, just before I leave, this is for, I think Hilness is still here. Is Hilness still here? I just want to confirm. No, Hilness probably went to bed, unfortunately. Okay, let me ask this. Is there anyone who didn't see yet the News 12 piece that was done about Renegade? Because I promised that I would play it if anybody missed it. Did anybody not see yet the News 12 piece about my Renegade book event? It just came out today. Okay. All right, Wispy. It's only 1 minute and 10 seconds, so it's not very long. So let me put that up because I think they did a good job, and I thought it was great. I was happy with it. Okay, so this piece was a news piece that was done by my reporter contact, who also covered the Klein event for News 12, which is a local news channel, but it's one of many News 12s. It's actually part of a network of local channels, and it's owned by Altice, which is an international company. So this is an interview that I did this morning for my release event for. For this, my release event for this. Now, remember, this is going to officially release on Tuesday, but the release event is going to be an in-person, and I will also live stream it, from BlackRock Books in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I'm going to be doing a reading and a signing and a brief Q&A about this book, so you can actually get it there. Stares off at the wall blankly. So having said all of that, this is going to be an opportunity Why are you staring off at the wall blankly, Shadow? This is going to be an opportunity to see what this piece is all about. So let me move over to here, and I will play for you the way this piece came out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Shadow. I'm sorry, dude. Are you talking about with the things we're discussing? Channel things, because I will look at that again afterwards. So, all right, here is, in fact, I'll let me expand that more so you all can see it. Oh, okay, it's about other stuff. All right, gotcha. In fact, I'll turn off. Wait, that's not it. I shall turn off this. Okay, so here is that piece. As he reached the hooded man, but his swing passed through open air as the man was already gone.
Local author Gregory A. Wilson reading today from his newest book, Renegade, the second part of the Gray Assassin trilogy. Wilson sitting down with us at BlackRock Books on Fairfield Avenue, where the official release will be taking place next weekend. He says Renegade is a dark fantasy novel that's sure to please.
If you like the Assassin's Creed type of game stories, or if you like The Equalizer, or Jason Bourne, or things at La Femme Nikita, things about these elite agents who find themselves being disconnected from the organizations that they work for, this along with Renaissance technology and cloaks and moonlit nights and things of that nature, dark alleyways. This is a fantasy story that I think would appeal to you.
The release event taking place at 3030 Fairfield Avenue next Saturday at 7 p.m. Public invited. Says admission, though, will cost you the book. Do you have to purchase either Renegade or Greyshade? For more information, go to news12.com.
Renix. Yay! So cool. Isn't that cool? I think they did a really good job on that piece. Like it's a clear piece. Like it's like well put together. They got all the information right. He actually called me up to make sure that the script I had was the right script. I think it's just a good news piece. And I'll tell you this right now. When we had this piece done for the Klein, we immediately got a surge of ticket sales. And they always get, because the thing is, they basically are, the local news station for this is basically in every like diner and like car dealership and like, you know, Meineke or Midas or like any of these auto part places, like they all have News 12 on. And so a lot of people see it. And so I think that's great, because we had a few RSVPs already, and we've had a few people come in and buy some copies of Greyshade already. And now hopefully we're going to get this surge of people doing RSVPs because it's going to be running all the way through tomorrow until 6 p.m., where they can go to Black Rock Books and get this stuff. So I'm super excited about that. I think it came out really well. So that was the piece. And again, thank you to Frank Recchia, the reporter who did this. And again, it's really awesome to have a local news guy that I can get in contact with about stuff like this, who might be interested in kind of the human interest story and stuff like that. Very, very cool. Very cool. I think it's really neat. They're always looking for content, and he's always running around doing a bunch of stuff, but it's a legit, news station that reports on other stuff that could be preempting it. But this we got a chance to get a really nice piece in. So very exciting. I am very grateful that we got that done, and no dragon interest stories. Well, listen, dragons create their own interest, right? I mean, we don't need a news channel to do that for us, I would say. So this was awesome, folks. Also, I was very happy about the solid turnout tonight. That was also very cool. And just generally, it was a really great session. I was super happy with all of this. So thank you to everyone who made that, who was a part of this. I really appreciate that. Okay, now with all of that said, I think we are going to do let's see, are we? Well, maybe not. We did a raid last night. Maybe we'll skip the raid today. We'll try to do a raid, though, on Tuesday. As a quick reminder, by the way, tomorrow, Sunday, we will have a Fight with Spirit, Strange Friends Speculate one-shot. That'll be happening tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be off on Monday. Then on Tuesday, we will be back with the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is Night Shift, an FMV kind of murder mystery, or not a murder mystery, really a heist game, which is pretty cool. That was one that Dragon Spear nominated, so I'm looking forward to trying that. And then over on GOG.com's Twitch channel, I will be playing some D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And then on Saturday, I need to check and see what's happening on Friday. It may be Jedi Survivor, but I have to check. But on Saturday, or no, actually, it might be Expedition with the Mysterious Peaks, now that I think of it. But on Saturday, we have got the live stream of this Renegade book release event, which is happening at Black Rock Books. If you are in the area, I hope you will come by. If not, I hope you will tune into the live stream. The live stream does not require you to buy a book, by the way. You can just tune into that because that'll be on my channel. But if you want to buy a book, you'll be able to do that as of Tuesday. So you'll be able to do that and get an ebook and or order the book Renegade. So that's going to be happening. So I hope you will consider checking that out. If you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will. Yeah, you have Greyshade. That's right. Thank you, Wispy. Well, the sequel to this, listen, there's nothing better. The only thing better than having Greyshade on your shelf is having the sequel on your shelf next. Greyshade and then Renegade. Just look how great these spines are together. Look at that. Look at how good that is. You got Greyshade on top, right? You got Renegade there. Look at that. Look at that combination. Look at that. Wow. Look at the title done so expertly by Athos Arts. That's Chris Bell doing layout. The editing within done so expertly by Emily Bell, by E.D.E. Bell. They look really cool. And as I mentioned, the thing I really like about this is the fact that it goes from darker to a little bit. So this is blue, right? And then it goes to gray. or green, I should say. It goes to a little bit lighter, and the idea is that Heretic is going to be a little bit lighter still, so that eventually the effect you get is it starts darker and then gradually lightens over time, which may advance a bit of that sort of aspect of it too. Spines that create a picture. Yeah, I thought about that, but I like the fact that it just looks so good. I love the freaking knife blade edge at the bottom of the R that we got there, and we're going to be able to do that for Heretic too, as well, because of the one that goes there for R. Also, it'd be cool to see this eventually in an omnibus edition. That would be really slick. But anyway, that all happens with sales of the book, and I'm proud of this book. I'm proud of, obviously very proud of Greyshade, and I'm proud of Renegade. I think it's a good book, and I am very pleased that it is coming out soon, within the next few days. If you liked what you saw and heard, I hope you'll follow the channel. I hope you'll check out the YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website, arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is, !ArvSky as well for my blue sky. I wanted to make sure that people saw that too. !ArvShop is my merchandise area. We already have stuff for this campaign you just saw tonight, Infinity and Beyond. We have a bunch of merchandise you can get for that. You can get general Arvaneleron merchandise, and you can also get merchandise soon for Shire Adventures. Basically, as soon as Tari gets her PC back, I'm going to be getting that stuff. I'm going to be uploading a bunch of emotes for you folks. We're going to upload some new sub badges from Shadowed Mage as well, and then we're going to be having some new stuff from that basic art images that we've got from Shire Adventures. My daughter will then put that onto the merchandise page, so we'll be doing that on the store page. And then last but certainly not least, of course, we have got Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which is happening as well. We have got not only Dragon, you should not be booing. We have 9 new emotes. We're not replacing what we have. We are adding on 9 additional emotes, and I will tell you that one of them is a complete rework, and it's one that you will be impressed with. One is a complete rework of an emote that has some personal relevance to you, sir. So you will see more details about that when it comes out. 9 emotes, people. We are not joking around. I'm very excited about that. Again, that's when Tari gets her PC back. So took me so long to remake them. Yeah, well, listen, you know, I'm a pretty busy guy, but I have gotten a bunch of them refreshed. It makes me feel very good about the channel because we have all these refresh in place. So it's going to be awesome. So I cannot wait for that. So that is going to be happening. So you can support the Patreon with !ArvTreon, which again is the financial backbone of the channel, really. Get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel, including inspirations to help our players, used excellently by Wispy Song today. So thank you, Wispy. And then, of course, we have !ArvTran for that, and !ArvShop. And subbing to the channel is always appreciated, because when you sub to the channel, you get those custom sub badges and emotes. And we've got new sub badges on the way. Shadowed showed you a little bit of a preview of those. Shadowed Mage is doing a bunch of new sub badges because we are up to like 6.5 years, I think. So I'm going to have to upload some new ones. So we got that. And then we've got the custom emotes that I just mentioned that are expanding as well. So it's going to be good stuff. Oh, no, it worked out really well, actually. That's exactly the use of the channel. That's what I wanted. That's the whole point of having the channel points, is for use of that nature. So thank you for doing that. And so, yes, so subbing the channel is a good thing too. Again, on the publishing front, !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and from both Athos Arts and Alligator Alley Entertainment, Greyshade. So you can get my award-winning book, IBPA Silver Medal Award-winning book, Greyshade. You can get the sequel to that, Renegade. You can pre-order that. So you can buy this right now. You can pre-order this, which will be out officially in 2 days now, the day after tomorrow, basically, on the East Coast. And then will be available through that big event that I mentioned a week from yesterday now, Saturday, the 29th at 7 p.m. Eastern at BlackRock Books, that you'll be able to get this. And then you can also pre-order Heretic, which I'm working on right now, and which will be out next year. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien of Greyshade, and you can buy the amazing audiobook by the equally amazing Trent Sparks, which is available now on Audible and a number of other places that you can check out, including direct from Athos, because Trent did an amazing job, so you should definitely check that out. Finally, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will stand behind people who go through a similar situation in the future. I want to thank my amazing mods, Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, Shadowed Mage, The Rising Tides. I want to thank not only the best mods in the business, but also my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Shadowed, Wispy Song. Thank you so much to my viewers as well. 7TV Let, thank you to Elysian, Jagtress, Mrs. Dunsel, Nonstop, both of whom are subs, so they are lurking today. Good to have you here, though. Radio Johnny Panda, of course, Drounce, Spofo, The Queen TV, and naturally Wenchkin. And especially tonight, I want to thank not only you, Chat, for being awesome and spreading the word about the show, but I want to thank the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, of Marie, of Brandon, of Jen, and that was Tren and Jen, two separate N-sounding words in case people were curious. Tren, Marie, Brandon, Jen, and of course John Helfers for being amazing today. It was great. So thank you everybody for being here. I will be back to you folks, as I say, on Tuesday with the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month Night Shift. But tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, it is a Speculate one-shot with Brandon O'Brien and the rest of the Strange Friends, minus Iori Kusano, sadly. But all the other Strange Friends, Valerie and Yoi and Mike will be there to play Fight with Spirit. So it's going to be a good time. That's it for now. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'll see you folks on Sunday. And everyone, as always, please be good to each other. Have a good night. Salvation, on the edge of the gray, Sharn, city of towers, and the link between them, the King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the shield, a star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron.
Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to salvation.